are doing a virtual court, but this is still a court proceeding. So I expect you to be conducting yourself as if you are actually in a court. So if you were in a courtroom, number one, you will not be in bed. So I expect you to be out of bed at a seated position, perhaps at a table and chair. I expect you to be dressed appropriately, as if you were in church or in court. And I also expect you to conduct yourself civilly. You do not talk over others and you do not interject while we are addressing another case. So just simple rules of conduct. So I hope all of you can follow those rules. We have attorneys from the prosecutor's office who are present, and those would be Mr. Don Henderson. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
We also have, is it Ms. Marshall Story? Ms. Marshall Story, you are with the prosecutor's office as well? Anyone else?
Yes, sir.
With the solicitor's office present today? All right, those two. Ms. Henderson, is that?
Ms. McCutcheon may join us at some point.
All right, wait for her. And then we have attorneys from the Public Defense Office. We have Mr. Joanne Haddad.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. And Mr. Haddad, you will see the public defense attorneys with their names beginning with PD for public defense. We also have Mr. Dennis Murphy from the Conflict Defender's Office. And Ms. Wanda Gant, who's also with the Public Defender's Office. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a criminal calendar for misdemeanor cases in the Fulton County State Court. These are active criminal cases. So I do expect the defendants, the litigants, to appear for these cases. If you have an attorney, if you have a privately retained attorney, we will address those cases. If you are here because you had previously been called in another calendar and you failed to appear, today would be an opportunity for you to explain your prior non-appearance and to avoid a bench warrant, a warrant for your arrest to be issued. So I expect if you are here because you previously failed to appear, you are here today, number one, to explain to the court why you did not appear previously and to avoid a bench warrant or an arrest warrant to be issued against you. If you are a defendant with criminal misdemeanor charges against you, even if you appear before this Zoom proceeding, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you, especially during the course of this virtual, recorded, and live streamed proceeding. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney and you would like the services of the Public Defense Office, in the chat feature of the Zoom conference, I am assuming, Mr. Haddad, your office is going, if you have not already done so, you are posting information.
We have, Judge. I think the staff in my office sent a chat line to everybody.
All right. Could you repost it again, please? Okay.
Sure.
The Public Defense Office in the chat feature will have information on how you can reach out to the Public Defender's Office to get an application so that you can, it's a fillable application. You can fill it out on your smart device, your computer, and send it back as soon as possible so they can review it and see if you qualify for their services. If you do not financially qualify for the Public Defender's Office, then you would either have to make sure you have a privately retained attorney to represent you, or if you waive your right to counsel, then you can represent yourself. If you choose to represent yourself, please understand I cannot give you legal advice about what your options are. You are expected to understand how the legal, substantive law and procedures apply to the specific facts of your case. If you are operating a vehicle like Galaxy A32 5G, there is a lady there driving a vehicle. Will the host please remove her from the Zoom proceeding? If you are driving a motor vehicle, I would expect you to be parked in a safe position, and then you can re-enter the Zoom proceeding. Okay. All right. I have quite a few private attorneys here and private counsel. As soon as the prosecutors are present, we will put you in a virtual breakout room for you to have a chance to confer with counsel to pre-try the case. Otherwise, expect your client to be prepared to have your case arraigned, or you can announce that you're planning to file a waiver of arraignment. So if you are a private counsel, if you can just either announce present or place a, what do you call that? What's that called, Mr. Jordan, where they raise their hand? It's like a yellow hand. Yes, Beth Jeffrey knows what to do. All right.
That's because I have children in college who make fun of me, so I have to learn things.
All right, Ms. Jeffrey, which we are addressing. Who is your client?
Blake Bell,
Blake Bell. And also let me know, and what's the last four numbers of your client's case number? These aren't arranged alphabetically, so I'm going to go by case number.
3172.
317. All right.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Erica Marshall Story. I am working with the Solicitor General's office this morning on this calendar. And forgive me, I had some technical difficulty. I have a new computer and I didn't realize Zoom also needed to be started anew also. But are we starting with the Orca C arraignment calendar?
Yes, the Orca C plea and arraignment calendar. We have Ms. Beth Jeffrey from Mr. Gutierrez's office, and she represents Blake Bell. Is that your case?
That's Mr. Henderson's.
Mr. Henderson, all right. Mr. Henderson, I'll eventually place you and Ms. Bell, Ms. Jeffrey into a breakout room unless you have an announcement.
We have a plea.
Okay, you have a plea. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm Ben Sessions on behalf of Justin Adams. We also have a plea with Mr. Henderson already negotiated.
All right. I'm going to have to go through the calendar before I can take the pleas. So on the plea, I have position number 17, Bell. And all right, Mr. Sessions, where are you?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
I have two screens going. There you are. Okay. And who's your client? Justin Adams. What's the last four numbers of that case?
Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't have it pulled up.
Sorry, position number 2? I got
I'm
it.
sorry.
Position number 2. Got it. All right, position number 2, and that's Adams. And you're gonna have a plea with Mr. Henderson. All right, so
Yes,
I've got,
Judge,
yes,
Judge
Mr. Wyman. Yes, good morning, sir.
Miss Celia Reed, and I know she's down the calendar a ways. And we have a plea in that matter as well.
All right, is that going to be with Mr. Henderson? I've got it, position 13.
No, I don't. I think it's with the Madam Prosecutor, Ms. Story.
Ms. Marshall Story? All right,
Yes.
thank you. Got that
Thank you,
down
Judge.
for a plea.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, good morning.
Attorney Ben Mazingo on behalf of Jeremy Howard. The last four are 0494, and we have a plea as well.
All right, position number 8. All right, anyone, Miss Juanita Lamb.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
We do have, I believe we have a plea, but we need to speak to the prosecutor's office as we haven't gotten the paperwork yet.
And I'm sorry, who's your client and what's the last four numbers?
The last four number is 1391, and our client is Santiago Zanders. I'm standing in for attorney Marcia Gignard.
1391. Okay, good. All right, and who's the prosecutor for that case?
Your Honor, I do not know.
No, I'm
I'm-
not. Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm handling that case and I haven't had anyone to reach out to me.
No
And while I'm
problem.
happy there is a plea offer.
I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Attorney Lamb eventually. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, Mr. Farnsworth,
Good morning, Judge. I have Jonathan Perez Munoz. The last four are 2197.
position 4.
Judge, that's supposed to be a plea, but I'll tell you, my client is frantically calling my office right now. So if I could jump off and give him a call back and then make an announcement to the court to hopefully get this settled.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
so-
Attorney Michelle McCutcheon will be handling that matter.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to tentatively put it down on my plea hearing list, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so we've got Mr. Farnsworth for a possible plea. Mr. Johnny Waller, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on Alicia Hale. Last four is 2726. The last time it was Prosecutor Riley on this. I'm not sure who it is today, but we did previously negotiate a plea for today. I did have a question as to, is DocuSign okay as far as completing the plea paperwork, or?
That's perfectly fine if that's the format they're using. Who is the prosecutor for that?
Your Honor, that's position number 15 and I will be handling that matter also.
All right,
And-
so
and-
go ahead.
In regards to the affidavit of first conviction, how are you all handling those?
If there's no objection, and we can get a form out to either to you from the clerk's office if we have one available today. Ms. Jordan, do you have one today? All right, we can get one, and if you'd like to put your email to so he's gonna have this, yeah, all right. And we're gonna have, well, who has to sign it? I think I have to sign it, right? Okay. So, Mr. Waller, you do understand that that particular affidavit is got to have some kind of embossed seal after I sign it. So that would have to be handled through the mail, or someone can pick it up.
Okay.
All
So
right.
and who do you want me to send my email address to? I'm sorry.
Michael.jordan@fultoncountyga.gov and CC Brandy Bolton. Her email's on the chat feature.
Randy Bolton. Okay.
She's on the Brandy with 2 E's.
Okay.
Her email's on the chat feature. If you.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Judge.
All right, Mr. Waller, we've got you down for a plea. Mr. Thomas, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. I represent Teosha Ford. And though we do have a plea pretty well worked out, there's a couple of details that we need to nail down. And I'm actually probably going to ask if we could just move to the next plea counter because she needs to complete a couple of things. But I'd be happy to get in a breakout room with Mr. Henderson and explain the situation.
That'll be good. And Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear your client's name. What was the name and the last 4 numbers again?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Teosha Ford.
Oh, got it. Position 6.
Okay.
All right. And who is handling the prosecution for Miss Ford? Position 6.
It was Mr. Henderson.
Mr. Henderson? All right. So I will put you in a breakout room with Mr. Henderson. This is Ford.
Do I need to say anything or?
Hang on. Mr. McClendon. Good morning, sir. Jason McClendon.
Morning, Your Honor. I'm here on 2 cases. One is Little Barber Jr. Last 4 is 7516.
Okay. And
That's-
what's your announcement for that case?
That's a plea. And the second is on behalf of Mr. Leo. The last name is Rodriguez. Last 4, 6954.
Rodriguez. Oh, okay, that's position 1. Is that Rodriguez-Rodriguez?
It is.
All right.
And I need a quick pre-trial with whoever's handling that for the state.
And that would be Mr. Henderson, I think.
Yes.
All right, so number 1. All right, got it. And that was Attorney McConnell. Mr. John Burgess, good morning, sir.
I guess they're going to put me on a breakout room.
If you unmute your screen, sir. All right, Mr. Burgess, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. My client is Emily Smith. The last 4 numbers is 1193. We
All
have
right, position number 10. Yes, sir.
we have a negotiated plea to a reckless. Miss Smith lives in Key West, Florida, so I overnighted the paperwork to her. She sent it all back, and then I emailed the plea sheet and the plea and verdict back to the solicitor. The original solicitor, I believe, was Denise Riley, but I do not have any confirmation whether they received the paperwork or not.
Let me see. Mr. Henderson or Miss Marshall Story, who is trying this case?
Your Honor, I believe this is a matter that I looked into. I haven't yet received any paperwork, but if counsel could just resend it, I'm happy to do whatever I need to do, sign it and get it back to the court.
All right, if you can reach out to Mr. Burgess on the chat directly to him and put in your email address, he or perhaps, you know, it's like my husband says, I don't know how to do it, but I have people who do it for me. So
okay, well,
Mr. Burgess may have someone who,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Burgess?
if I may, I believe Mr. Burgess has indicated that Ms. Riley has already signed the paperwork.
No, she hadn't signed it yet. I
Has
sent it
not?
to her, and then I sent it again this morning. But like I said, I don't have any confirmation from the. Now she does have Denise Riley's typed in. If that's
Okay.
acceptable.
So then I believe
Mr.
it's been signed. All you need to do is get it to the court.
All right. And Ms. Marshall Story and Mr. Burgess, I'm going to place both of you in a breakout room just to go over all the specific details with regards to the paperwork. And if you need a reset, that's good. But Mr. Burgess, your client's in Florida. Is she present via Zoom?
She is, Your Honor. It's Emily Smith.
Okay.
She's on. Should be.
Good. Okay, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room, and if she's reviewed the paperwork and she can email it to you or to the prosecutor, I'd like to see if I can get this done today. I really don't want to reset it any further.
That's
Okay,
fine.
so-
She sent the originals back to me. It's already signed. So I just need to know who to get the paperwork to.
All right, Ms. Marshall Story should have sent you her specific email address in the chat feature. It should have been directed straight to you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, let me see. Mr. Justin Adams, are you attorney for specific client? Have I addressed your case?
I believe he's represented by one of the attorneys.
That's right, Your Honor. It's Ben Sessions.
Oh, it's
that
your
was-
client. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Are there any other privately retained attorneys whom I have not called?
Hey, Judge, Justin Spiesman for Mr. Jeremy Roberts.
Jeremy Roberts.
Yeah, and I apologize, Judge. I'm casual. I actually didn't even think I need to be on this, and it's actually Mike Hawkins' case, but he's out of state.
What's the last 4 numbers? Is he on a show cause calendar?
No, he's on I guess it's a compliance, Judge, that he's on divergent compliance, and we provided the state everything that they need to confirm compliance. It's 2396 or the last 4 of the CR number.
You said 2396?
Yes, Your Honor, that's right.
All right, we're gonna have to pull that up, and Mr. Spiceman, if you just hang on, give me the whole case number, please.
Sure, Judge. The entire case number is 21 CR 002396C. And this is Ms. Ratana confirmed that we are in compliance.
Who's prosecuting that case?
What was that name again?
Jeremy Roberts.
And what position is it, Mr. Spiceman?
I have no clue.
I don't see in the calendar, but we will look into that. Mrs. Spiceman, please remain on hold and we will address you shortly, okay?
Thanks, Judge.
All right, thank you. And are there any other private attorneys who have not been called? All right. If we can place those attorneys who are waiting for a plea, I do apologize. I'll need to wait for the prosecutors to be available to take a plea. But can we place Mr. Don Henderson and position number 6 for defendant Ford? Who is the attorney for that? Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Mr. Don Henderson.
Thank you.
All right. Michael, are you hosting this? Oh, no, oh, okay. So you'll see a message for that. And position number 11. Mr. Zanders.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Lamb.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is going to be in a breakout room with Miss Marshall Story. All right, Miss Attorney Lamb and Miss Marshall Story. You're going to be in a breakout room with regards to Mr. Sanders.
Thank
you, Your Honor.
All right. For the private attorney cases, as soon as the prosecutors are available, I'll rotate you through the breakout room. We only have 2 prosecutors at the present time. Until we get more, then I'll be able to accommodate more attorneys. Okay, now I'm going to be addressing some of the cases. Mr. Haddad, Ms. Gant, do you have any specific clients presently on this calendar?
I do, Judge.
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Haddad, yes, sir. Who is that?
Your Honor, this is off of the show cause calendar.
All right.
It's position number 11 and number 16. They're both actually together, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Scott, Your Honor. I had pled them not guilty the last time, Judge. I'm not really sure why they're back on this calendar, but they're both here.
Position 11 and position 16.
Yes, Judge.
All right, and what's, all right.
They were present the last time, I think court was.
I remember.
Right,
Yeah.
so anyway, there's been no change as far as the solicitor's office. I'm gonna plead them not guilty, maintain a not guilty plea, Judge, and that's it.
All right, are they co-defendants in the same case?
They are, Judge.
All right, are they both represented by the public defender's office?
They are, Judge.
All right, and are you filing a waiver of arraignment for both cases?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so if you're filing a waiver, please direct that to Ms. Bolton. You will see her email.
I'll take care of that this morning, Judge.
All right, and are both your clients seeking a jury trial?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so for both these cases are going to be further notice for a jury trial. And we will issue a scheduling order, a case management order today for both cases.
Thank you, Judge.
All
And
right.
can they be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Alex Scott and Mr. Charles Hayes. You are both represented by the Public Defender's Office. Please make sure that you confer with the office to keep track with your cases. And a case management order will be issued with regards to how the case proceeds from this point onwards. The division judge will place your cases on a jury trial calendar. And when summoned, both the defendants and the state should be ready to proceed to a trial at the time of the calendar call. All right, anything else, Mr. Haddad?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if he's on. Martavius Sims, position number 17, same calendar.
All right,
I believe he's,
Mr. Hayes and Mr. Scott, you are free to go. Position number 17, Martavius Sims.
I'm here.
okay, great, Judge. He is labeled as iPhone, Your Honor. Likewise, I plan on filing a waiver of arraignment, Judge, and I'll submit it to Ms. Bolton, and we're requesting a jury trial. The issue is there's a video that I have not seen, Your Honor. That might be ultimately dispositive of the case, but anyway, but at this point, we'll just enter a plea of not guilty.
All right, so you're filing a waiver of arraignment and you are requesting a jury trial?
Yes, Judge.
All right, we will issue a case management order.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Martavius Sims, you are represented by the Public Defender's Office. Please keep in contact with that office to understand what's happening in your case. Case management order will be issued with respect to the progress of the case from this point onwards. The case will be assigned to the division judge and scheduled for a jury trial, at which point both the state and the defense are expected to be ready for trial. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Do you have any other cases, Mr. Haddad?
I don't see her, Judge. I'll just wait until the court calls the calendar and we'll go from there, Judge.
All right. Mr. Murphy?
Yes, Judge. I've
All
got Mr. Bell. I believe the state had an announcement, so I guess we'll wait for Mr. Henderson or I can chat with him.
All right. Mr. Bell, and that would be on our arraignment calendar?
Correct.
What's the last four numbers? Position 10?
4652.
What was that position number again? Okay. There are so many calendars here. Okay. Are there any other private attorneys who are not called? All right. Yes, Ms. Nibbins, is your audio good now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who do you represent?
Devices. So my phone audio is working, but my computer is not. I'm here representing Miss Shayna Robinson.
Last four numbers of the case?
0452.
Don't have that. Oh, got it. Okay. All right. This case is scheduled for arraignment. Ms. Shayna Robinson, is she present?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And who is the prosecutor for this case? I'm going to assume it's either Mr. Henderson or Mr. Marshall Story. Did you want to pre-try this case?
Your Honor, yes, I would like to speak with the prosecutor. I was recently retained, so I haven't had the opportunity to receive any discovery. But I would like the opportunity to speak with him this morning, and we will send in waiver arraignment paperwork.
All right, so I am going to this is Ms. Robinson, Attorney Nibbins. Ms. Nibbins, you said you filed your entry of appearance already?
Yes, ma'am, I have. I filed it on Odyssey. I believe it was Wednesday afternoon.
All right. So we will, as soon as Mr. Henderson or Ms. Marshall's story is available, we'll go ahead and place you in a breakout room. You can remove the hands up, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What
Mr.
was the
Farnsworth,
position number, Your Honor?
this is position 5 on the arraignment calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
My show cause, okay. Any other private attorneys? All right, Mr. Henderson, you're out of the breakout room.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what's the announcement for position 6 with Mr. Thomas?
Your Honor, we have discussed the last couple issues on the plea. We definitely want to do it, but I would like to have my time, kind of the opportunity to complete a couple of the conditions. So we won't have to do probation if at all possible. So I'm asking if we could just move it to the next plea calendar.
All right, our next plea calendar is going to be, is it April 22nd? All right, our next plea calendar is going to be on April 22nd at 9 a.m.
That would be great, Your Honor. We really appreciate the consideration.
All right. I'm going to reset it for a plea, April 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Henderson, I'm going to place you in a breakout room for position number 1 with Mr. McClendon. And Mr. McClendon, you have one other matter to address, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, one's a plea and then also the pretrial on Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay, so let's go in for a pretrial on Mr. Rodriguez, and I'll take up your pleas as soon as I'm done with this initial calendar call, okay?
Thank you.
All right, please place Mr. Henderson and Mr. Jason McClendon in a breakout room. All right, Ms. Marshall Story, are you out of the breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
I've had the opportunity to speak with Attorney Lamb. She is going to check to find out with whom the attorney is that she received the offer of reckless. And as soon as she does that, I'm hoping we can move forward. Unfortunately, that's just not the offer I have in my notes. And I just need to have a name that I can confirm that offer with.
All right, so y'all have pre-tried and I'm holding for announcement. Okay, thank you. And has Ms. Lamb, I presume that she is talking to whoever she needs to talk to?
Yes, Your Honor, I am in contact with her.
All right, do not leave the Zoom until you come back with a specific announcement, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Marshall Story, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with position number 10. And that's going to be with Mr. John Burgess.
Okay.
Attorney Burgess.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're going to see a message on your screen to join a breakout room.
I see that.
Your Honor, I have it also. Thank you so much.
Do you see it, Mr. Burgess?
I do.
All right, just say yes and you'll be zoomed away from us.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Wanda again and Mr. Haddad, we've already handled and so both my prosecutors are in a breakout room and I can only handle the pleas as soon as my prosecutors have already pre-tried cases with those counsel, and then I'll handle the pleas. In the meantime, all right, on my plea calendar, Yanette Ramirez Portillo, are you present? Yanette Ramirez Portillo, represented by attorney Luke Del Porte. Luke Del Porte, you know, he shows up right in the, no?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'll be handling that plea, Michelle McCutcheon. Mr. Del Porte should be on the Zoom. I've been in communication with him. Did his client respond? I could not tell.
Yanette Ramirez Portillo, if you are present, please say hello. All present. All right, Ms. McCutcheon, if you have a direct number, it may be a Zoom link. He's normally pretty much.
Yes,
always-
Judge, there was some confusion with the Zoom links. Another attorney reached out to me.
All right.
I will forward him the second link that I received.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm going to hold on that case.
Mm-hmm.
Melvin Davis, represented by attorney Travis Bland.
That is also a plea that I'm going to be handling, Your Honor,
All right.
and I've not received the plea paperwork back from counsel yet.
Mr. Davis is in the courtroom and he's making an announcement. What's your announcement, Mr. Davis? Douglasville. Okay. As soon as he shows up, let us know. Thank you. For position 5, we are holding for the attorney's report. He is presently in another proceeding. Is he physically in Douglasville? Okay, I'm going to assume that he may appear via Zoom. Okay, well, we'll wait for him. Thank you. All right. He's present and hold for attorney's report. Shantae Stalls, attorney James Yergin. Shantae Stalls, attorney James Yergin. All right. Oh, I've got a note here. That case is going to be further notice for a jury trial with Judge Raw. Okay, so that's further notice for jury trial. Aaron Reagans, Miss Amanda Young.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. And Miss Reagans, you can remove the hands up, please. Is your client ready for a plea today?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Your Honor, Miss Young, there was a question, Your Honor, about the plea paperwork. It appeared to be a screenshot. However, counsel for the defendant informed the state that it was actually a scan, but it looks like a screenshot. I did forward what I had to Ms. Bolton, but Ms. Young, is that a screenshot or a scan? It does not appear to be the original that I sent to counsel.
Yes, the documents were sent by email. I filled them, I printed them, or filled them and scanned them back to you. However, I can bring the documents into the court today, the originals.
Your Honor, Ms. Bolton has what counsel provided to me. I forwarded it to Ms. Bolton if the court wants to look at that. This is a homicide by vehicle case, Judge. I do see we have a court reporter. The state is requesting jail time, so I don't know how the court wants to proceed with this because the state is recommending a 30-day jail sentence in this case. We also have the family member of the deceased victim who's present and wants to exercise her right to present a victim impact statement. So this plea may take longer than the typical pleas that the court is entertaining for today.
All right, I've got you down. This is going to be for position number 12 for a plea.
And Your Honor, would you like me to possibly try to make it in today to get the originals to you if the scanned documents aren't?
I'll work with the scans and I expect the originals to show up as well. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Getting it right now. All right, Miss Young, please hold. And Mr. Farnsworth, did you have an announcement?
Judge, that we've gotten the plea paperwork over to Ms. McCutcheon. I just wanted to let the court know my client will need an interpreter when you start these pleas, a Spanish interpreter.
Ms. Jordan, do we have a Spanish interpreter?
And we did make that announcement at the last count.
We will try to make sure that person is present. Who is your client's name? Perez
Jonathan,
Munoz?
yeah, Perez Munoz, Judge.
All right, and that's Ms. McCutcheon's, please. Okay. All right. Ms. McCutcheon, let me see, is Mr. Henderson back? Ms.
Yes,
Marshall Story, are you back?
Henderson's back, Your Honor.
All right. These are good for purposes of the hearing, and then we'll get the originals. Mr. Henderson is back and Ms. Marshall's story back as well. I don't have any cases left to retry. So let me go ahead and just do a quick zoom through the
Your Honor,
Raymond calendar.
pre-trial with Mr. Henderson, Ben Sessions with number
Oh,
two.
I'm sorry, I thought you were doing a plea.
I am, Your Honor. I need to talk to him about the plea documents. We haven't received them yet.
Oh, okay. Mr. Henderson, have you sent the plea documents to Mr. Ben Sessions? And that would be for, who's your client, sir?
It is Justin Lee Adams.
Position number 2. I'm assuming all attorneys who are ready for a plea today, their clients have already had a chance to review the documents and signed off on them and sent it to the clerk's office.
Your Honor, I may have not sent them. My county desktop fried on Wednesday of last week.
Okay.
So it took them about 2 days to get it restored and re-imaged, and some of my stuff's gone. So.
Oh dear. Do you have?
I have plea paperwork I can send to
Okay.
Ben.
Mr. Sessions, if you will please place your email directly to Mr. Henderson. We will try.
Yes, Your Honor. I will right now.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Michael, yes, who's that?
Sorry, this is Attorney Ben Mazingo. I did send my plea paperwork into Mr. Henderson. I did not send it to the clerk's office.
Yeah, send it to Brandy Bolton.
I may have already sent it to her this morning.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
All right, let me just do the Raymond calendar real quick. Michael Bonds, are you present? Oh, that's a medical reset to April 29. Raymond Greer, Ms. Gant, is that that's your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Raymond Greer present?
He is available by phone, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the announcement? Do you want to pre-try that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thomas West, Attorney Andrew Wehunt. Thomas West, are you present? Thomas West, not present. Belair Dawson.
Good morning, Judge. That would be my case. Ms. Dawson, the last time she was on the calendar, Your Honor, she was having difficulties. I think somebody was helping her out. I don't know. I've not heard from her. I've left her a couple messages, Judge. I would, I'm not sure if she's on, Judge.
I've got a not present right now. I'll do a show cause at the end of the calendar.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Ms. Nivens needs to talk to Mr. Henderson. Is that correct? Ms. Nivens?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is Mr. Henderson available right now?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's put Ms. Nivens and Mr. Henderson in a virtual breakout room for position number 5.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be like Grand Central Station right now. Radiant Young. Attorney Dwight Johnson. Mr. Young, is that you in the blue shirt?
Yes, that's me. How you doing?
All right, let's change his, and where's your attorney, Dwight Johnson?
He should be on the call. I just got off the phone with him. Give me 1 second.
All right. Okay, we're going to, as soon as your attorney appears, we will have him speak to one of the prosecutors.
Okay, I'm about to put this on a brief hold. I'm gonna send him a text to see.
All right, and change your participant name to your name, Radiant Young.
Okay.
Destiny Fleetwood.
Yes,
Your Honor, that is my client. She is available by phone.
Okay, we will pre-try that case. I have Rochefort Brownell.
That is my
Yeah.
client as well. That is my client as well, and he should be on the Zoom meeting.
Brownell.
I did speak with him by phone, Your Honor.
All right, let's see. I'm going to put you in a breakout eventually. Michael Burton, is that same announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, and he is present on the Zoom call, on the Zoom
Okay.
meeting.
That's good. All right, Ms. Gant, when you go into a breakout, I think if you have the same prosecutor, you might want to pre-try these cases altogether, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Murphy, you were waiting to pre-try your case with Mr. Bell, is that correct? Dennis
Yes, Judge,
Murphy?
waiting for Mr. Bell, waiting for Mr. Henderson.
Oh, okay. As soon as Mr. Henderson is available, we'll be able to put you in there.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Marshall Story, are you present?
Yes, Your Honor. I am back on the line. I've had the opportunity to speak with the attorney. We switched calendars now. Let me go back to, we're going back to the Orca C calendar, position number 10, Emily Smith.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I don't want to speak for
Mr. Burgess?
Mr. Burgess. I'll let him make the announcement.
All right, Mr. Burgess?
I'm here.
All right, what's your announcement after your conference with Miss Emily Smith?
I sent the paperwork to Miss Bolton in your office. We've got a negotiated plea of a reckless from a DUI and all the same conditions of a DUI, including the fine and community service. And we're ready to go forward with if the court received the paperwork.
All right, Ms. Marshall Story, is that your understanding? There's been a reduction of the charge and you're ready to proceed with the plea?
Your Honor, that is my understanding. The fine, though, is a $700 fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe all of the other conditions are the same. 40 hours of community service, alcohol, drug evaluation and treatment if necessary, 1 victim impact class, along with 40 hours of community service. And she's receiving credit for time served. And we'd ask that 12 months probation continue while these conditions are being met.
All right.
And also, Your Honor, when I pre-tried this a month ago, the prosecutor had no objection to, because it's a reckless, she has no criminal record for it to be a no-low plea.
Your Honor, now that I was not aware of, and it is generally our office's position that we do not take no-low pleas on DUIs. And so I hate to hold up this plea. I don't want to stop the court from doing its business, but that's just not something, unless Deputy McCutcheon is able to address that briefly, is not something that I would be amenable to agreeing to.
All right. No, stop.
Right.
Ms. McCutcheon and Mr. Burgess, if the host can place Ms. McCutcheon and Mr. Burgess into a breakout room. If there's any disagreement to any of the elements of the plea, either there's a plea or there's no plea. All right. So, Mr. Burgess, you're going to get another invite to a breakout room.
And
Ms. Marshall Story, I'm going to start with your plea paperwork. Mr. Dwight Johnson is present. Mr. Johnson, your client is Radiant Young from the arraignment calendar. What's your announcement, sir? Do you want to pre-try the case? Dwight Johnson. He's disappeared again. All right. Miss Marshall Store, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Radian Young, remove your hand
Okay.
up raised. Okay. All right. As soon as your attorney.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
I can't hardly hear you, Judge. I'm over Mr. Young.
All right. Then
Okay,
I can't help you.
Now I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, good. What's your, do you want to pre-try your case with regards to your client?
Yeah, so Mr. Henderson, I had been speaking with, if I could speak to Mr. Henderson in the breakout room.
Or you can get to your computer where the Wi-Fi is better. Which one works for you?
Well, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me, Judge?
Your Wi-Fi is going a little in and out.
Oh, okay. Let me just move from where I'm at.
Well, you're gonna have to wait until Mr. Henderson's available, okay?
Yeah, if I can get a breakout room with him, that'd be fine.
Yeah, all right, please hold.
Oh,
And this is on Rady and Johnson, Your Honor, position number 6?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Let's start with our pleas, and we're gonna start with position numbers. I have Miss Marshall Story. Are you able to handle the pleas, or I have to wait for the respective prosecutors to appear?
Your Honor, yes. In this matter, because I do not know what those plea negotiations have been, and I know that they have often changed from what might be originally inside of the notes that we have on Odyssey. You would need to wait for the attorney who's been working with those matters to do that plea arraignment, but I'm happy to help out in any other way if I can.
Well, let's start with position 13 and 14 on the Orca C plea calendar. Celia Reed, represented by Mr. Weiner. We ready, Ms. Weiner?
I'm here, Judge. My
All right,
client should
great.
be on also.
Celia Reed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's change your name from, I just saw the word Creed.
Yes, ma'am. C. Reed.
All right, got it. Cecilia Reed now. All right.
Thank you.
This is going to be a plea hearing for 2 cases today on March 4th, 2022. Case number 20 CR 002-185A, in which Celia Austin Reed is present and represented by counsel, Mr. Stephen Weiner. And Mr. Weiner also represents Celia Reed in case number 20 CR 002-185. Oh, this must be a duplicate. Okay,
It looks
sorry.
like a duplicate, Your Honor.
All right.
They have the same incident date and the same charges.
Okay, so it's just one case. This particular case, Ms. Reed has been accused of DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, failure to maintain lane or improper lane change, and DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol per se, from an alleged incident date of September 20th, 2018, allegedly in Fulton County, Georgia. Ms. Reed, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Stephen Weiner. Is this a negotiated plea, Mr. Weiner?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. And all the paperwork has been sent to the prosecutor?
That's correct.
All right. Ms. Bolton, do we have the plea paperwork for this case? Position 13. All right. Thank you. Ms. Reed, for purposes of the plea, may I place you under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. We will first hear from our prosecutor with regard to the terms of the plea, and then I will hear from Mr. Weiner. Ms. Marshall Story?
Your Honor, I have not been in a breakout room with counsel, but the notes that I have are 12 months to serve 1 day or 24 hours with credit for time served, the balance being probated, $400 fine, 40 hours of community service, alcohol drug evaluation and treatment, and the risk reduction program, random screenings, and 1 victim impact class.
Your Honor, that's correct. We'll discuss the random screening because she's completed all of the conditions and there's no indication of any problems with the alcohol and drug evaluation.
All right. The random screening would require Ms. Reed to abstain from alcohol while she's on probation. And when she reports to probation, she may be subject to random screening. Is that a problem?
It's not a problem, Judge, but we're going to ask that the probation become non-reporting upon proof that she has completed all of the conditions, which we have.
Any
And-
objection, Ms. Marshall-Story?
Your Honor, the only objection is that means there would be no probation whatsoever. And so the people then would then request at least 3 months of probation that would include random screenings. I don't think that's unreasonable.
I would allow for non-reporting probation if she has completed all the conditions, but she may be summoned to random screenings by her probation officer.
That's fine, Judge.
All right. Is that adequate, Ms. Marshall-Story?
Yes, Your Honor, that's
All right.
adequate.
So, Mr. Weiner, if you have no other objection to any of the other terms, does your client stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Reed, you have been represented by Mr. Weiner in this particular case. First of all, are you able to understand all the proceedings as they have gone on so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you under the influence of any kind of medication or alcoholic beverages at the present time?
I do take phenobarbital for a seizure disorder.
But does that inhibit your ability to understand what's going on?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right. And your attorney has explained to you the waiver of rights. Are you satisfied with this representation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Reed, furthermore, is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty to this charges that have been listed on the accusation, you would have to waive your constitutional rights, which will include the right to go back to a court of law, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, present evidence of your defenses, challenge the state's evidence, as well as argue your case before a judge or a jury, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
I'm not sure how I'm answering, Steve.
Yes, Your Honor, we've discussed it. She understands that she's waiving her rights to trial and to cross-examine
Yes,
all the
yes,
witnesses.
yes, thank you.
All right. And has your attorney explained to you that pleading guilty to such charges may have an impact upon your residency or any other open cases that are pending against you, if any?
Yes.
All right.
And Judge,
yes.
just to confirm, it's my understanding we're just pleading to one count of the DUI.
That wasn't confirmed. So Ms. Marshall-Story, are we merging what are we merging? And is the state going to null process anything?
Your Honor, the state is asking that the defendant plead to the DUI per se. We will merge the DUI less safe. And at this time, we will null process the failure to maintain lane.
All right.
That's perfect, Judge.
All right. So this will be a guilty plea to one count of driving under the influence of alcohol per se. And Ms. Marshall-Story, if you could please email the null pros to Brandy Bolton.
I will do that.
Thank you. And so moving on, Ms. Reed, how do you plead to the remaining charge, one count of driving under the influence of alcohol per se?
Guilty.
I accept your guilty plea. Your sentence is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day. The remainder of your sentence will be served on probation. While you're on probation, you will report to your probation officer every month. That will be at 132 Mitchell Street. And you have to report to probation within 48 hours. So no later than by the close of business next Tuesday. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms.
Judge.
Reed? Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. So she'll be prepared, of course, to provide all the documents to probation. We do need a certificate of first conviction. And so I guess we need to find out where she needs to turn her license to so she can get that.
That would be to the clerk's office. You can bring it to the attention of Michael Jordan, and we will make sure the certificate of first offender is issued at the same time.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Moving on with regards to the fine, as I was saying, you will report to your probation officer in person. And while you are on probation, you shall pay a $400 fine plus court costs and fees. You will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service. It cannot be at a church and it cannot be at a school. It can be at other nonprofit agencies like a food bank, animal rescue, but no churches, no religious institutions, and no schools. You shall also submit yourself to an alcohol and drug evaluation with a qualified provider. And if the provider recommends any treatment, you will submit yourself to said treatment. You will complete one risk reduction program and attend one victim impact panel. You will also be subject to random screens. Your probation officer may call you in for a screen for alcohol consumption, as you are to abstain from all alcoholic beverages while you are on probation. And that would include active and non-reporting probation. Your probation may be non-reporting once you have completed all the programs, as well as paid off your fine, as well as completed your community service hours. Non-reporting means that you are still on probation. You still may be called in for random screens, but after completing the programs, you will not have to report to probation every month. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions about the sentence?
No, ma'am, I've completed all that. So will I just turn that into the probation officer?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the first offender certificate will have to be obtained from the clerk's office. So your attorney will proceed with that.
Thank you.
And counsel, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor, those are the terms as I understand it, and we ask the court to accept it.
All right. Thank you very much. And the disposition as submitted has been signed. That concludes this case. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Ms. Weiner. You are free
Thank
to
you,
go.
Judge. Good to see you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, we have position number 17. If that's ready for a plea, that is Miss Beth Jeffrey representing Blake Bell. Miss Jeffrey, and Miss Bell is somewhere.
Mr. Bell also is listed as Beth Jeffrey.
Oh, he's right there. Okay.
Your Honor, before we get into the plea, we were in a breakout room, me and Miss Nivens.
Yes, sir.
On position number 5, Robinson.
Yes, sir.
That'll be we worked out a plea, but they're asking, and we have no problem with reset to April 22nd for that plea.
All right.
And I will forward her the paperwork.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Nivens, with regard to position 5 on the Orca C arraignment calendar, we will reset that case to April 22nd in the morning and be placed on the plea calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you very much.
So much.
All right, moving back to our plea calendar for position number 17. Are we ready to proceed, Ms. Jeffrey, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is 20 CR 003172A, State versus Blake Anthony Bell, accused of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, failure to maintain lane, or an improper lane change, allegedly on October 22nd, 2018 in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Bell has been advised of his right to remain silent, and his attorney is Ms. Beth Jeffrey. This is going to be a plea hearing. So Mr. Bell, if you please raise your right hand for purposes of the plea. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm? Nope, keep your hand up. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. This is going to be a plea hearing. So Mr. Henderson is going to articulate the terms of the recommended offer, and then Ms. Jeffrey will chime in as well. Mr. Henderson?
Your Honor, to the amended charge of reckless driving, the defendant's entering a guilty or no low plea. I have no objection to either one. And the recommended sentence would be 12 months to be served on probation, $700 fine plus court costs, 40 hours community service, a victim impact panel, risk reduction, and alcohol, drug, and evaluation. Also, we would have no objection to termination upon completion of all the conditions.
And this is just to the one count of failure to maintain lane?
Reckless driving, Your Honor.
Oh, excuse me, reckless driving?
Yeah, I'll have the amended accusation filed before close of business.
All right. And what about the failure to maintain lane? Is the state going to null process charge?
Null process everything else. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Ms. Jeffrey, I understand that the accusation will be amended to reckless driving, and the failure to maintain lane or improper lane change will be null pros. In other words, the case is not going to pursue prosecution for that charge. And probation will terminate upon completion of all the fines and the programs requested. And what was the other one? I think I covered it. So
He is entering this as a no low plea.
that was the one I forgot to ask. This is going to be a no contest plea. Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Jeffrey, that you want to add to the recommended offer?
No, Your Honor, that's the plea as we have negotiated. We would just request that the court accept it as negotiated.
And does your client stipulate the factual basis, venue, and ID for the
Yes, Your
charge
Honor.
of reckless conduct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, are you under the influence of any kind of medication, drugs, or alcoholic beverages at the present time?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you understood all the explanations your attorney has presented, and are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has anyone forcing you or inducing you to take this plea today?
No, Your Honor.
If you decide to plead no contest to the count of reckless conduct, you would have to waive and give up your rights to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to challenge the state's case, to have the assistance of counsel to present your defenses, make your arguments before the court, to examine the witnesses, confront your accuser, as well as to have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes. Yes, yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to the one count of reckless conduct?
Reckless driving, Your Honor.
Excuse me, reckless driving. Beg your pardon, reckless driving.
No.
I accept your plea of no contest to this charge. The sentence is going to be 12 months to be served on probation. While you're on probation, you will report to the probation officer by the close of business of next Tuesday at 132 Mitchell Street. You will report to your probation officer every month thereafter. While on probation, you will pay a $700 fine plus court costs and fees, complete a 40-hour program, not at a school and not at a religious institution. Any other nonprofit agency would be fine. You're to attend one victim impact panel, complete one risk reduction program, and submit yourself to an alcohol and drug evaluation, and agree to any treatment if required. If you have completed all these items to the satisfaction of your probation officer, your probation will terminate. Anything else, Ms. Jeffrey?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we will. And I will sign off on the disposition sheet. Yeah. All right, and then Mr. Henderson will submit the amended accusation, and then this case will be closed as based upon this disposition. Any questions from anyone?
Now, can he just go to probation at any time prior to next Tuesday?
Within 48 hours, yes.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, this case is concluded. Ms. Jeffrey, thank you very much. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Position number 2, I have,
Your Honor,
I'm
I am
sorry,
so
who's
sorry to
speaking?
interrupt. I am so sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter.
Oh,
I
okay.
understand, and I'm so sorry also that I'm not able to appear on video
No.
right now, but I should be able to once for the plea itself. Is there a way, I need to run into another courtroom right now, so is there a way that we can take the case, or I can come back later?
Okay, I have a Miss
Your
Hanson,
Honor.
who's a Spanish interpreter, who's present for my one interpreter case. So you are free to
Oh.
go. I already have someone.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Your Honor. All right,
No
bye-bye.
problem, no problem. And Mr. Sessions, was it?
Yes, Your Honor. For number
All
2.
right. Yeah, I know I called your case, but I didn't realize my interpreter is here already. I promise to take you next, but I need to address my interpreter case first.
Your Honor, it's okay. We're working to complete paperwork right now.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Your
this
Honor,
is going to be, yes.
on that same vein, Mr. Victor Rodriguez, he needs the services of Ms. Hanson as well.
Right.
6954.
Got it. That's where you have 2 cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Mr. Sessions, I have to break my promise. You'll be third in line. Okay. All right. Position number 4. This is going to be State versus Jonathan Perez Muniz, represented by attorney Jason McClendon. Is that correct?
No, Judge, I've got Mr. Perez Munoz.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is going to be represented by Mr. Daniel Farnsworth. Did I get the attorney right? Okay.
He's texting me, telling me he's here. I'm looking for him.
All right, Mr. Perez Muniz, Ms. Hanson, if you can sound up for him that he needs to start the video on his screen.
Buenos días, señor Pérez Núñez. Estamos tratando de a ver si usted está presente en la plataforma de Zoom. Por favor, anúnciese. De nuevo, señor Pérez Núñez, si está presente.
Sí, sí estoy.
I am here. Your Honor, seems that he's on the platform. It says Galaxy A21. He's just not
Sí,
visible.
sí estoy.
Señor, va a tener que estacionarse si está manejando y prender la cámara, porque lo tienen que ver.
I don't see him, so,
I see his name here now, Judge.
well, I've got all non-video participants off, so I can only see those who've got their videos on.
Sí.
Please sound up, Ms. Hanson. Perez Muniz, he needs to start his video.
Señor Muñez tiene que prender su video para presentarse en porque es una forma de la audiencia, es como estar en una sala de un tribunal. Necesitamos que prende su cámara para que la jueza la pueda ver.
Ok, déjeme prenderla.
She's going to turn it on, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if I might sound out for the victim in this case, Miss Ana Habanez. If Miss Ana Habanez is on the platform, please make yourself known.
Ms. McCutcheon, you might want, Ms. Henson, you might want to sound out for the victim.
Señora Ana Ibáñez, si se encuentra también en plataforma Zoom, por favor, anúnciese.
Sí, aquí estoy.
I'm
All
here.
right.
Muy bien.
Good. All right. No sound from the alleged victim, Ms. McCutcheon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Hanson, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the translation you provide will be a true and accurate translation with no changes or embellishments?
I do.
Thank you. All right, we have State versus Jonathan Perez Muniz, accused of battery, domestic violence on March 10, 2019, allegedly in Fulton County, Georgia.
Tenemos al señor Jonathan Pérez Núñez, que ha sido imputado con los cargos de agresión con lesión y violencia doméstica el 10 de marzo del 2019.
Okay.
Is Mr. Muniz Perez driving?
No,
¿El señor está manejando?
No, estoy parqueado.
No, I'm parked.
Okay. Mr. Perez Muniz has a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything he says about the facts, those statements can and will be used against him. He has a right to an attorney, and representing him is Mr. Daniel Farnsworth.
Señor Núñez tiene el derecho a permanecer callado, tiene el derecho a saber todos los elementos de la causa y de qué se le imputa. Y también el derecho a tener la asistencia de un abogado letrado. Y tenemos al abogado Daniel Farnsworth que lo representa en este caso.
Okay.
This will be a negotiated plea hearing, Ms. McCutcheon?
This is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Please, I need to place Mr. Muniz under oath. If you raise his right hand.
Se conoce como un convenio declaratorio entre la Fiscalía y el abogado de defensa. Si se puede levantar la mano derecha, por favor, para ser juramentado.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Usted jura o protesta que el testimonio que brindará será la verdad, más allá de su leal saber y entender.
Okay.
Okay.
We have Mr. Ray Lale. Please mute your screen. Thank you. All right. Ms. McCutcheon, what are the terms of the recommended offer?
Your Honor, the defendant is pleading to the amended charge of affray, and the state is recommending that the defendant be sentenced to 12 months probation, that while on probation, he is to complete a family violence intervention program, that he is to, well, actually judges 12 months to serve 10 days credit for time served with the balance on probation, that he is to complete a family violence intervention program. He is to have no contact whatsoever with the victim, Anna, A-N-A, last name I-B-A-N-E-Z. He is not to return to the incident location, which is at 2503 Hemingway Lane in Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Muy bien, tenemos aquí lo que se conoce como convenio declaratorio, donde el imputado sería tomando lo que se llama una modificación al cargo, es donde se modifica el cargo a, en vez de imputarlo bajo violencia doméstica, sino a una disputa. Las partes de la sentencia y condiciones son 10 días de cumplir, más el tiempo carcelario de crédito por tiempo ya cumplido, completar un curso de violencia doméstica, también no tener contacto con la víctima, Ana Ibáñez, y tampoco llegar a la dirección de 2303 Highway Lane 30078.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would like to perfect the record. This defendant and the alleged victim, Ms. Ibáñez, are the parents of several children that they share together.
Quería solo también corregir las actas que la señora Ibáñez y el imputado tienen varios niños en común.
On the incident date, March 10th of 2019, the victim alleged that the defendant and the co-defendant in this case, who is position number 4, I believe, Your Honor, I'm sorry, position number 3, had attacked and struck and kicked her.
Quería también indicar que en ese caso, que sucedió el 10 de marzo de 2019, el acusado se indica también al coacusado que le habían pegado, también empujado y patalearon a la víctima, Ana Ibáñez.
The state would have expected the evidence to have shown that the suspects, the defendant before the court today, as well as the co-defendant, were injured and transported to the hospital when police arrived.
También las actas pueden reflejar y las pruebas que el sospechoso y el coacusado también fueron lesionados y tuvieron que ser transferidos al hospital.
The victim herself did not require medical treatment.
pero la víctima por sí mismo no necesitaba tratamiento médico o auxilio médico.
The state anticipates the defendants would assert that a male companion of the victim assaulted the defendant before the court and the co-defendant.
También bajo este caso se puede los imputados acertar, los abogados en cuanto a la defensa, que los imputados fueron lesionados por un señor, o decir un macho, que andaba con la víctima.
However, the victim denied to the office that such male had been present and that an assault had occurred.
En cuanto esta víctima agredió a los imputados, pero la víctima indicó que una persona, un hombre, no estaba presente cuando esto sucedió a la policía.
Based on the inconsistencies and denials of the victim, Your Honor, the state is moving to reduce this case to the affray.
Y por esa razón, debido a las inconsistencias de su declaración y alegar que había otra persona presente, la fiscalía quiere entonces hacer la modificación del cargo a solo disputa.
And Your Honor, I wanted to correct, I believe I stated to the court my recommendation was 12 months. It's actually 11 months, Mr. Farnworth. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, Judge. So that in an effort on defense counsel's request has been that the state recommend, and I've agreed, 11 months to serve 10 days credit for the time served.
También queríamos hacer también una modificación y corregirme bajo actas que anteriormente dije que eran 12 meses de cumplir, pero son 11 meses de cumplir de la probatoria.
Thank you for clarifying that. Just one second. Mr. Muniz Perez, show me both your hands.
Muñiz Pérez, me tiene que demostrar sus manos.
Sí, permítame.
Es que está todavía manejando.
All right. I expect your car to be parked and you're not moving. It appears that you're operating a vehicle.
Aparece que está operando un vehículo y necesito que se estacione y no ruede el carro.
Okay.
What was the response?
Okay.
Sí, está bien.
Yes, that's fine.
What's fine? That he's parked or that he's still driving?
Señor, ¿qué está bien? ¿Que está manejando o está estacionado?
No. Estoy parado.
I'm
Step
stopped.
out of the car. Take your phone, step out of the car now.
Señor, vamos a tener que se desmonte del carro, va a tener que desmontarse el carro y tomar el teléfono para confirmar que está estacionado y no manejando.
Okay.
Okay.
Now go to the passenger seat.
Siéntese en el asiento del pasajero, por favor.
Sí.
All right.
Bueno.
As soon as he's good, thank you.
And Your
All
Honor,
right.
lastly, on behalf of the state, the defendant has signed the plea work, which the state counsel forwarded to the state, and the state forwarded to the litigation manager. And the defendant did acknowledge that he understands that if he is not a citizen of the United States, this plea could affect his immigration status, and one effect could be deportation from this country. Do you understand that, Mr. Munoz Perez?
Señor, también por parte de la Fiscalía queremos mostrar que parte de los...
Mire, se acabando me voy a reconectar otra vez, ¿ok?
My phone is battery is turning off, so I have to reconnect again.
All right. Mr. Farnsworth, we will get back to your client's case. Ms. McCutcheon, please hold for Mr. Perez. While we are holding, Mr. McClendon, are you ready to proceed with Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Rodriguez, are you present?
Victor Rodriguez?
Sí.
Victor Rodriguez, yes.
All right, let's change his participant name to Victor Rodriguez, or just Mr. Rodriguez. And is this going to be Mr. Henderson's case, or Ms. McCutcheon? Would you be able to address that?
Your Honor, I'm not aware of which case, to which case.
Position
There's Mr.
one
Henderson.
on the
There's
plea
Mr.
calendar.
Henderson. I see Mr. Henderson, Your Honor.
I'm here, Your Honor, excuse me.
Excellent. All right. Mr. Henderson, we are going to address case, and Mr. Farnsworth will be back with you. Attorney McClendon, are we ready? I'm sorry, you're on mute, sir.
My fault. Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Okay. Case number 18 CR 0069548. This is State versus Victor Rodriguez Rodriguez. I'm just going to address him as Mr. Rodriguez, represented by attorney Jason McClendon.
Del caso 19CR0056958, el señor Víctor Rodríguez Rodríguez con el Estado contra el señor Víctor Rodríguez Rodríguez, que es representado por el abogado McClendon.
Mr. Rodriguez is accused of driving under the influence of alcohol, less safe, driving without a valid license, and failure to maintain lane.
El señor Rodríguez ha sido acusado de manejar bajo los efectos de alcohol, conducir sin una licencia válida del Estado y también falla de mantener las vías de tránsito.
Which allegedly occurred on January 21st, 2017.
Que se alega que sucedió el 25 de enero del 2015.
Mr. Rodriguez has the right to remain silent. Anything he says about the facts of the case, his statements can and will be used against him. He has a right to, I'm sorry, I was going to say he has a right to an attorney and he's represented by counsel Jason McClendon.
El señor Rodríguez tiene el derecho a permanecer callado. Todo lo que se le indique puede afectarlo en un caso de una audiencia penal. También tiene el derecho a la asistencia de un abogado y en este caso tiene la asistencia del licenciado McClendon.
May I place him under oath for purposes of this plea?
Por propósito de esta declaración, vamos a juramentar al señor Rodríguez.
Of course.
Claro, sí.
Mr. Rodriguez, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Señor Rodríguez, levanta la mano derecha. Usted jura o protesta que el testimonio que brindará en esa audiencia... Sorry, Your Honor. Señor Rodríguez, usted jura o protesta que el testimonio que brindará en esa audiencia será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Henderson, what are the terms of the plea and to what charges?
Your Honor, to the amended accusation that I will file by close of business of reckless driving, state's recommendation would be 12, well, depending on what counsel for defense wants, 11 months, 25 days to be served on probation, $700 fine plus court costs, risk reduction, MAD victim impact panel, alcohol, drug and alcohol evaluation, excuse me, and 40 hours community service. If I didn't say that, I was trying to pay attention to the interpreter's hand.
Sorry, Your Honor, we just have to pause in between the statements, the rendering of the statements. Solo quería indicar que en ese caso la modificación del caso sería la declaración se imputa como manejar temerariamente. Los términos y condiciones de esa acusación son 11 meses por la probatoria, 25 días de cumplir tiempo bajo la probatoria, una multa de $700, completar un curso de impacto a víctimas, también someterse a pruebas al azar de dependencia de alcohol y estupefacientes y servicios comunitarios de 48 horas.
And so you got, I think I heard you the last part that you did address the 40 hours community service, Ms. Hanson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'd like to make a clarification for the record. I said 48. Son 40 horas de servicio comunitario.
Okay. All right, Mr. McClendon?
Yes, Judge, we just asked that you accept the plea as negotiated and the term, we would like it to be 11 months and 20, I believe Mr. Henderson said 25 days.
All right.
Igual, señoría, solo queremos que acepte la declaración, el convenio declaratorio en este caso, y solo quería también indicarle que son 11 meses con 25 días de cumplir. Ya fue el acuerdo con el licenciado Henderson.
And it can terminate upon conditions being completed, Your Honor.
Y eso se completará después que las condiciones sean completadas. Se puede cerrar el caso.
All right. Mr. McClendon, does your client stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Licenciado McClendon, su cliente admite a las bases fácticas de este caso y la declaración presentada.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, señoría.
Mr. Rodriguez, are you under the influence of any kind of medication or alcoholic beverages?
Señor Rodríguez está bajo el efecto de algún alcohol, estupefaciente o sustancia o algún tipo de medicamento recetado.
No.
No.
Are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
¿Está satisfecho con la representación de su abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
And has it been explained to you that entering a guilty plea to reckless driving may have an impact on your residency status as well as any other open cases that you may have?
Y se le explicó por vía de su abogado que al declararse culpable a conducta temeraria, eso puede tener un impacto en su posición migratoria y en otros casos que se mantienen abiertos en otros estados o el condado.
Sí.
Yes.
If you decide to take this plea, you would have to waive your constitutional rights to have a trial before a judge or a jury and have an assistance of counsel to challenge the state's case.
Si usted decide tomar esa decisión, tiene que renunciar a sus derechos constitucionales, que es el derecho a tener un juicio a su favor, a tener un juicio en frente a un jurado, a la asistencia de un abogado para que lo represente en cuál etapa de un procedimiento judicial, o a poder retar o hacerle preguntas directas a cualquier testigo.
You would also have to waive your right to confront your accuser, examine witnesses.
También tendrá que renunciar al derecho de poder interrogar a testigos o examinar estos testigos.
Present any defenses you may have or challenge the state's evidence.
Poder retar las pruebas del Estado o presentar cualquier prueba a su favor.
As well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Al igual de permitir que el Estado pueda comprobar ese caso en su contra más allá de toda duda razonable.
Are you prepared to waive these rights?
¿Está usted listo para renunciar a estos derechos?
Sí.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
¿Alguien lo ha amenazado para tomar esta declaración en el día de hoy?
No.
No.
How do you plead to the one count of reckless driving?
¿Cómo se declara al cargo número 1 de conducta temeraria?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Your sentence is 11 months and 25 days to be served on probation.
Sus sentencias son... I'm sorry, yeah.
No, plus a $700 fine plus court costs.
Sus sentencias son 11 meses y 25 días de cumplir bajo la probatoria, más un recargo, una multa de $700.
In addition, while on probation, you have to complete a risk reduction program, one victim impact panel. You have to attend that program.
También tiene que, como parte de las condiciones, debe completar un programa de un curso de impacto y riesgos contra víctimas y también un curso que se conoce como un panel de víctimas.
You have to obtain an alcohol and drug evaluation through a qualified provider and submit yourself to any treatment as required.
También tiene que someterse a una evaluación bajo un especialista o licenciado que es cualificado para hacer ese tipo de evaluación de tratamiento de alcohol o estupefacientes y cualquier otro tratamiento necesario como pruebas al azar.
Complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency except at a school or non-religious or at religious institutions.
Al igual que completar 40 horas voluntariamente servicios comunitarios que sean con un lugar sin fines de lucro, excepto una iglesia o un centro escolar.
And if you've completed all the elements of the sentence, including the fine and the community service, your probation will be non-reporting.
Si usted completa todas las condiciones de la probatoria, como el servicio comunitario y pagar su multa, después este caso no se reportara, no se pone bajo sus expedientes.
Do you have any questions about your sentence?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta en cuanto a la sentencia?
No.
No. No.
All right, Mr. McClendon, any comments?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, just 1 second, please. Yes, Mr. Dillon. On Rodriguez, Mr. Henderson is going to file an amended accusation to reckless driving, and the driving without valid license and failure to maintain lane are going to be null for us. Is that correct, Ms. Henderson? You'll send all the paperwork to Ms. Bolton? Okay.
Correct, Your Honor.
Thanks. It's fine to correct the, okay. All right. Thank you. All right, and Ms. Hanson, if you could please hold, we will return to Mr. Farnsworth case and Mr. Perez, but Mr. McClendon has one more client, and that is Mr. Barber Jr.
That's
Mr. Barber
correct.
Jr., are you present? Barber Jr.?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As soon as Mr. Barber is in a seated position, this is State versus Little R. Barber Jr., case number 19 CR 007-516A, in which he has been accused of criminal trespass and loitering and prowling. Mr. Barber, please lower your phone device so that we can see your face. Excellent. Mr. Barber has a right to remain silent. Anything he says in open court, statements can and will be used against him. He has a right to an attorney, and he's represented by counsel Jason McClendon. Mr. Barber, is this going to be a negotiated plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Henderson, is that your case? Position
Trying
7.
to-
It is Mr. Henderson's case.
Okay.
All of a sudden, all my calendars just went crazy, Judge.
That's okay. That's okay. Have they settled down? Would you have any objection to Mr. McClendon articulating the terms of the sentence?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Barber, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you in a bathrobe?
Yeah, my daughter came in the room making noise. I just came in.
Go change and come back. Good heavens.
Is that what?
Go change. Mr. McClendon, I hope you recommended to him that he needs to be dressed like he's in a courtroom.
I will call him and speak with him, Your Honor.
All right. Please hold on that case. Ms. McCutcheon, good heavens.
Your Honor, regarding Mr. Victor Rodriguez, does he need to remain for probation?
Probation, are you on the call? No, he needs to report to probation at 132 Mitchell Street.
Any particular day or time?
Within 48 hours, no later than the close of business next Tuesday.
Got it. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, as soon as your client is appropriately dressed, Mr. Perez Muniz, unmute your
Señor
screen.
Pérez. Señor Pérez. Muy bien.
All right, we will resume with case number 19 CR 002-1978.
Nos regresamos al caso 19 CR 002197A.
And Your Honor, I set the factual basis previously before the court, but I failed. Yes, but I failed to indicate the location, Judge.
Go ahead.
The location was at the residence of the alleged victim at 2503 Hemingway Lane, Roswell, Georgia, Fulton County.
Your Honor, I had trouble hearing Ms.
The incident location was at 2503 Hemingway Lane, Roswell, Georgia, Fulton County.
Solo quería también poner bajo actas que el lugar del incidente fue en el hogar de la víctima, que se ubica en la 2503 Hemingway Lane en Roswell, Georgia.
Mr. Perez will have to unmute his screen, and again, he's back in the driver's seat.
Señor Pérez, de nuevo se está sentado en el asiento del conductor. Va a tener que quitarla, prender su bocina, no ver ahí donde está el micrófono. Prenda el micrófono de su teléfono. Lo tiene en silencio.
Sí, ya.
Yes.
He has a problem listening to directions. Mr. Perez Muniz.
Señor Pérez
Sí.
Muñiz. Yes.
Park your car right now, or we're going to reset this case to another day.
Estaciones
Ok.
en este momento o vamos a tener que aplazar este caso para otra fecha.
Ok, ya voy a estacionarme.
Okay, I'm going to park.
All right, moving on. Is he paused?
Muy bien. Siguiendo adelante, ¿ya se estacionó?
Listo, sí, ya.
Yes, set.
All right, and he's moving to the driver's seat.
Se va a sentar en el asiento del pasajero.
Sí,
Yes.
ya puedo llegar acá.
All right, Mr. Farnsworth, with regards to this case, it's a charge to a fray. It's 11 months, 6 in which he would need to complete a 6-month domestic violence intervention program. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Por eso, donde, en cuanto a este caso, es donde necesita completar un programa de 6 meses de violencia doméstica o agresión de violencia doméstica.
Ok.
He needs to
Okay.
serve 10 days. Has he served the 10 days, Ms. McCutcheon?
Your Honor, I believe my notes show credit for time served. And typically, when I write that, Judge, that means that I verified it, but I'll go to the jail. You know, Judge, I think he was not booked into the Fulton County Jail. Is that correct, Mr. Farnsworth?
Yes, what you
He's
and
in
I
North Annex.
discussed. Yeah, what you and I discussed was reduced to time served.
Yes. And Judge, we
Solo-
discussed, that was part of the negotiations, the credit for 10 days.
I know, Ms. Hanson, they're just talking right over you.
Oh, okay.
So,
I
okay,
apologize.
let me just clarify one thing before you have to translate. Ms. McCutcheon,
Yes, Your Honor.
is the state requiring him to serve 10 days in jail?
No, Judge, we are reducing the time he's already served to 10 days.
En ocasiones, el Estado quiere que completa 10 días en encarcelamiento. No, señoría, lo vamos a reducir a darle crédito por el plazo cumplido.
All right. And no contact with Anna Ibanez?
Y no tener contacto con la señora Ana Ibáñez.
And to
Okay.
stay away from 2503 Hemingway Lane in Roswell, Georgia, correct?
Y mantenerse alejado de la dirección 2503 Hemingway Lane en Roswell, Georgia.
Ok.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, someone is speaking over us. I don't know who that is. Ms. Nivens, if you could mute the screen, please. Folks, if you're not in this case, please mute your screen. Thank you. And Ms. McCutcheon, you were commenting something about the children he shares with the victim. Are
Yes.
you all asking for third-party transfer or no contact at all?
Judge, the state was asking for no contact at all. I believe there are several children. I am not aware of the ages of the children, but the state was asking for no contact.
Please
En este
translate.
caso, la fiscalía está pidiendo que no tenga contacto con los niños que tienen en común con la víctima. Creo que esas fueron las condiciones de este caso.
Mr. Farnsworth, is your client in
Okay.
agreement with that?
¿Tu cliente está de acuerdo a esas condiciones? Licenciado Farnsworth.
Yes, Judge. That's my understanding, yes.
Sí, señoría. Ese es el entendimiento.
And Your Honor, I don't know if I omitted previously, but the fine, there was also a recommendation for a $500 fine.
No sé si lo omití, pero también había recomendaciones de un recargo, una multa de $500.
Échala para atrás. ¿Que es una multa de $500?
You think it's a fine of $500?
Ms. McCutcheon, was that a $500 fine plus court costs and fees?
That's correct, Judge. $500 fine plus whatever are the associated court costs.
Sí, señoría, eso es correcto. Es una multa de $500 más cualquier recargo judicial.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Farnsworth, anything to add?
No, Judge, we just asked that you accept the plea as negotiated.
No, señoría, solo que puede indicar que esto fue reconocido como un convenio declaratorio, una negación de la Fiscalía y el abogado de defensa.
Does the defense stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes, we do, Judge.
La defensa está de acuerdo a las bases fácticas de este caso.
Mr. Perez Munoz, are you under the influence of any kind of medication or alcoholic beverages?
Pérez Muñez, ¿está bajo el efecto de algún alcohol, estupefaciente o medicamento recetado?
No.
No.
Are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
¿Está satisfecho con la representación de su abogado? Tiene que mantenerse estacionado, señor, no se mueva tanto.
Okay, sí estoy satisfecho.
Yes, I'm satisfied.
If you decide to take this plea, you would have to give up your rights to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Si usted desea tomar esta declaración, tendrá que renunciar a sus derechos constitucionales. Tendrá que renunciar al derecho a presentarse en un tribunal, de tener un juicio a su favor en frente a un juez o un jurado, de acarrear a los testigos que declaren en su contra, también a hacerle preguntas a los testigos que declaren en su contra, presentar pruebas a su favor o declarar por sí mismo. Y a la asistencia letrada. Okay.
Is anyone forcing you to take this plea today?
¿Alguien lo ha amenazado para presentar esta declaración en el día de hoy?
No.
No.
And has it been explained that taking this plea may have an impact on your residency status as well as any open cases you may have against you?
Le he explicado que al tomar esta declaración, esto podrá tener un impacto en su posición de residencia migratoria y también cualquier otro caso de un tribunal abierto.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you plead to the one count of afraid?
¿Cómo se declara al cargo de disputa?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Your sentence will be to serve, you'll be 11 months, to serve 10 days, credit for time served 10 days. While you, okay, go ahead.
Su sentencia sería de 11 meses más 10 días a cumplir de encarcelamiento, pero darle crédito por el plazo ya cumplido.
While you're on probation, you will complete a 6-month domestic violence intervention program at your expense. You must begin the program within 30 days of today.
Tendrá que también, bajo la probatoria, completar un programa de 6 meses, que es un programa de agresión y lesión en casos de violencia doméstica, mientras está la probatoria. Lo debe empezar antes en estos 6 meses.
You are fined $500 plus court costs and fees.
La multa serían de $500 más cualquier costo judiciales o otros recargos.
You are to have no contact whatsoever with Miss Ana Ibanez.
No puede tener ningún contacto de ninguna forma con la señora Ana Ibanez.
You're to stay 200 yards away from her and do not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner.
tiene que mantenerse 200 metros de yardas de alejamiento y no tener ningún contacto, ya sea directo o indirecto, con la víctima.
You have to stay
Okay.
200 yards away from 2503 Hemingway Lane in Roswell, Georgia.
También mantenerse a 200 yardas de la dirección del incidente, 2503 Hemingway Lane en Roswell, Georgia.
No illegal drugs, no alcoholic beverages, and no weapons and no firearms.
No consumir ninguna sustancia regulada, también alcohol o también portar un arma.
You are to report to probation every month.
Tendrá que presentarse y reportarse a la probatoria cada mes.
And you have to be current with all your probation fees.
Y también estar corriente con cualquier pago o multa necesaria bajo la probatoria.
With respect to any children that you share with Ms. Ibanez,
En respeto a cualquiera de los niños que usted comparta con la señora Ibanez,
you are to stay away from all of them.
tendrá que mantenerse alejado de todos ellos.
You shall file a legitimation action in the appropriate superior court to get a court order to establish visitation, custody, and other issues.
Tendrá que presentar su propia petición en cuanto al caso de litigación necesaria para legitimar a los niños, ya sea con cualquier tribunal superior necesario para poder tratar la custodia.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Farnsworth, any questions?
He needs to report by the end of business Tuesday to probation.
Correct. Within 48, sorry, go ahead.
Tendrá que reportarse a las oficinas de la probatoria antes de 48 horas, que sería de aquí al martes.
Could you give us the address, Judge?
132 Mitchell Street.
Thank you, Judge.
La dirección es 132 en la calle Mitchell Street.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. That concludes this case.
Thank you,
Muy
Judge.
bien.
May I excuse-
Eso concluye este caso.
Judge. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Muniz. You are free to go.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Hanson, I think that was the last case we needed an interpreter. So thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you, Judge.
welcome, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor,
And-
respectfully, Your Honor, I believe we may need an interpreter for position number 3. The co-defendant, I don't know if Mr. Del Porte has arrived and is on the screen. I did send him, I see him, yes, Judge.
All right. Are we going to address a plea?
I do not believe so, Judge, but I believe we may need the assistance of the interpreter before we recess with that case.
Okay. With the host, please place Mr. Del Porte, Ms. McCutcheon, and Ms. Hanson and his, well, do you need your client in the breakout room?
Judge, I don't think we need a breakout room. We've communicated via email, and so I believe I'm aware as to what Mr. Del Porte's announcement is going to be.
Mr. Del Porte?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My colleague's words are correct. We have been communicating over the last days regarding a possible plea. There was an offer from the state. I made 2 counter offers. Both of them were declined by the state. And given my client's status in the United States, she's currently applying for a U1 visa. The offer that was made by the state was contrary to her interests and would have put in jeopardy her adjustment process, which is the reason why we cannot accept the offer made by the state at this point.
All right. Will you be seeking a trial then?
It looks like that will be the ultimate outcome of the situation and the case. Yes. Your Honor.
Okay. Please go ahead. I don't know if your case has been, this was reset for a plea. And I just want to check one thing.
And I appreciate Ms. McCutcheon's efforts and the court's efforts as well.
Okay.
So we have reached an impasse at this point, I think.
If you'd like to file a waiver of arraignment, please do so to Brandy Bolton. Her email is on the chat feature.
Yes.
All right. and
Able to do that.
file your waiver of arraignment. Will your client be seeking a bench trial or a jury trial? Bench trial will be scheduled for, what's the next court date for bench trials? It'll be sometime in late April.
Your Honor, perhaps Mr. Del Porte and I should go to a breakout room, Judge. This case is a 3-year-old case. Perhaps we can reach some kind of a amicable agreement. What says you, Mr. Del Porte? Do you want to attempt to go into a breakout to further discuss?
I am always ready and willing to discuss. Reasonable people always can find a solution when they face other reasonable people, and I know you can be reasonable. So I'm willing to discuss with you.
If the host will please place Mr. Del Porte and Mr. McCutcheon in the resolution room for reasonableness.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge.
Mr.
Judge,
Murphy, yes, sir.
If you could send me in a breakout room with Mr. Henderson when you have a
I
moment.
need Mr. Henderson for a moment to finish my plea. As soon as Mr. McClendon's client is appropriately dressed.
Your Honor, Attorney Johnson for Mr. Young is waiting on a breakout with Mr. Henderson.
I understand. I know you all are waiting, so
yeah.
I'll address you as soon as I'm done with my pleas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, back with Mr. Little Barber. Where are you, sir? Excellent, thank you. All right, Mr. Barber, please unmute your screen. Okay, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Henderson, are we okay on the paperwork, or shall I have Mr. McClendon articulate the terms of the plea?
My plea calendar is fried. So if he could state it on the record, I would remember it.
All right, thank you. Mr. McClendon, if you don't mind articulating the terms of the offer as Mr. Henderson represented to you.
Not at all. Your Honor, it's going to be a NOLO plea to loitering, and the plea will also be entered under Alford.
Okay.
And the terms are 12 months probation, but it's non-reporting, no conditions, no fine, just non-reporting probation.
Mr. Henderson, do you concur with the terms of the plea as articulated?
That sounds correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Barber and Mr. McClendon, I do know this is an Alford plea. Do you?
Hello?
I think Your Honor froze. Mr. Barber, the court just fell off. I'm sure she'll come right back on. If you could just wait, we'll start again in one moment.
Judge Law is going to reboot her computer and then she'll be right back.
I apologize about that. Okay, so we are getting back to Mr. Barber again. As I was asking Mr. Barber, if you could unmute, please. You're still under oath for case number 19 CR 0075168. Mr. Barber, are you under the influence of any kind of medication or drugs?
No, ma'am.
All right. And let me just jump to your attorney for a second. Mr. McClendon, I do apologize. Do you stipulate to at least venue and ID?
We do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Barber, are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And has he explained to you that if you decide to take this plea, you would have to waive your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of loitering and prowling?
Nolo.
Was it a NOLO plea then, Mr. McClendon?
Yes, Your Honor. Nolo under Alford.
All right. This is going to be a sentence of 12 months to be served on non-reporting probation. There shall be no other conditions. Once the 12 months is concluded, your case will be completed. With respect to even under an Alford NOLO plea, you will still be required to report to probation the first time. And that will be at 132 Mitchell Street, but no later by 5 p.m., no later than 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, next Tuesday. Do you understand, Mr. Barber?
Yes, ma'am. You said 132 Mitchell Street.
132 Mitchell Street.
All right, thank you.
All right. Anything else, Mr. McClendon?
Thankfully, no, Your Honor.
All right. You know, there are going to be hiccups, but we'll get through this.
May I be excused before I cause any other trouble?
Oh, you're not causing any trouble, and you shall be excused. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Miss Nivens, did you have any questions? I saw Miss Nivens on there, but I wasn't sure why she was back. And Ms. McCutcheon, just add another case to your plea hearing, and that's going to be position number 5. Mr. Davis, counsel is present in the courtroom, okay?
Oh, yes, Judge. If we can make an announcement, Your Honor, Mr. Del Porte and I, we did go into the breakout room on position number 4.
And what's the announcement?
Mr. Del Porte?
Yes, thank you.
Position number 3.
Yes,
number
Your Honor,
I'm sorry,
that's
number 3.
correct. Janet Ramirez. We have an improved offer from the state. I will need to discuss this face-to-face with my client. I know she's somewhere here, but it is something I need to discuss face-to-face with her, for which I'm asking respectfully if we can reset the case.
No, we're going to have a face-to-face right now. Miss, do you need an interpreter in the breakout, Mr. Del Porte?
No, absolutely not.
All right. If the host could please place Miss Janet and Attorney Del Porte in a breakout room, please. All right. And Mr. Sessions for Mr. Adam and Mr. Henderson, we proceed with position State versus Justin Lee Adams.
Your Honor,
18. Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Did you still need the assistance of an interpreter?
Yes, I think Miss Janet may need an interpreter, right? Miss Janet, please click on join breakout room. If you could sound that out to her, please, Miss Hanson.
Señora Janet, si puede darle puede ver ahí las características que le sale una pantallita que dice entre a la sala. Es una sala privada para que usted pueda conversar con su abogado.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Is Mr. Adams present?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, great. All right. This is State versus Justin Adams, 18 CR 008182A. Mr. Adams was accused of reckless driving, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, failure to maintain lane, driving under the influence of alcohol, less safe, from an alleged incident date of January 23rd, 2017 in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Adams, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of the case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and your counsel is Mr. Ben Sessions. For purposes of this plea, may I place you under oath, Mr. Adams? other right hand.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, would you like Mr. Mozingo to articulate the terms of the plea? Not Mr. Mozingo, excuse me, Mr. Sessions.
Sessions,
Excuse me.
yes, please.
I was
Your
like,
Honor.
I can sure try, Your Honor, but I'm
Oh my God, we might get a different one. Okay. Mr. Sessions, I do beg your pardon. Would you please like to articulate the terms of the plea? Oh, it just needs to mute the screen. He's still having a big laugh about Mr. Mozingo. All right.
Your Honor, I certainly will. I can give you, let me pull up his discovery so I can give you the date of the offense.
I have January 23rd, 2017. Is that a different date?
That sounds roughly correct, Your Honor. On that date, Your Honor, he was encountered by an officer of the Atlanta Police Department following a single car accident, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams, is this a negotiated plea?
It is, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Sessions, excuse me, is it? I don't need the factual basis. If you're going to stipulate to that, I just need the terms of the plea. And I don't
Yes,
mean to
Your
cut you short. Sorry.
That is okay. We would stipulate to the factual basis for it, Your Honor. It is a 12-month sentence with a $700 fine, 40 hours of community service, a DUI school, a drug and alcohol evaluation, and a victim impact panel with probation to terminate upon successful completion of those conditions, Your Honor. Mr. Adams has already completed the DUI school, the community service, and the victim impact panel, and he's prepared to pay his fine today, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Sessions, is your client pleading to DUI per se? And what was the arrangement with Mr. Henderson?
He is pleading to reckless driving and with the balance of the charges being null pros, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Henderson, is that your understanding of the terms as offered by the state?
That is, Your Honor, and there's already a reckless driving count as part of the record.
Yeah. So Mr. Adams will be pleading guilty to reckless driving and agreeing to the terms of the offer as articulated. And the DUI charges, the failure to maintain lane, will be all null pros. Is that correct, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Sessions, do you also stipulate to the venue and ID in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, have you consumed any prescription drugs or medication or alcohol in the last 48 hours?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right. And are you able to understand the proceedings so far?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
I am.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No, Your Honor.
If you decide to plead guilty to reckless driving, you would have to waive and give up your constitutional rights to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, challenge the state's evidence and present your own defenses, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
I am, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of reckless driving?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months, credit for time served. You will be placed on probation. You have to report to probation no later than 4:30 p.m. next Tuesday. Your sentence will include a $700 fine, completion of 40 hours of voluntary community service. Where were those done?
Hold on one second. I can tell you, Your Honor. It's been quite some time, but it was the Georgia Spinal Muscular Atrophy Association, May 7th, 2017.
All right. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. You would need to, you've also completed the DUI school, so that's completed. And Mr. Sessions, you will submit all that certificates to and letters of completion. You can email that to Brandy Bolton at Fulton County GA.
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
You would need to complete an alcohol and drug evaluation with a qualified provider and submit yourself to any treatment if required. And you need to, I believe you've already attended one victim impact panel, so the certificate should be submitted. Upon your completion at least of the alcohol and drug evaluation, then your probation will terminate. Excuse me, you have to pay that $700 fine as well. Plus court costs and fees.
Your Honor, where should he pay the fine into?
If he'd like to come down to the clerk's office, otherwise, do we do it through Fulton State at fultonstate.org? I would recommend best that you come down to the clerk's office and they will give you an invoice if you want to pay it completely.
Sure.
All right. Otherwise, he'll be making payments to his probation officer.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Sessions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Adams, thank you very much. You are
Thank you.
both free to go.
Your Honor, should he follow up with, does he have to go through a probation intake initially just to show compliance, or how would you like for that to be done?
He needs to go report to the probation office at 132 Mitchell Street, no later than 4:30 p.m. next Tuesday.
That's 132 Mitchell Street.
132 Mitchell Street.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. This is the, I just need the disposition sheet.
I hope you all have a great weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Sessions, you too. Position
you.
number 8, I have Mr. Howard, Jeremy Howard, represented by Mr. Mazingo.
Yes, Your Honor. This one I can, I have a little more information on.
Okay,
than last.
so is your client present?
Yes, he is. Let me change my background so you can see us better, Your Honor. All right, there you are.
Excellent, okay. This is State versus Jeremy Alexander Howard, case number 20 CR 0004948. Mr. Howard was accused of DUI alcohol per se, DUI less safe, speeding, possession of an open alcohol container, and failure to maintain lane, allegedly occurring on March 3rd, 2018 in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Howard, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is going to be Mr. Benjamin Mazingo. For purposes of this plea, is it going to be a negotiated plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Alexander, please, excuse me, Mr. Howard, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Henderson, any objection to Mr. Mazingo articulating the terms of the plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Mazingo?
Yes, Your Honor. After speaking with the state and Mr. Henderson, we are pleading to one count of reckless driving. And I believe that that amendment will be submitted, if it hasn't been already, to the accusation with a dismissal of the rest of the charges. And the terms of that are 12 months probation to be terminated upon completion of the rest of the terms, 40 hours community service, risk reduction course, MAD impact panel, and my client has completed those items, and then the fine would be $700, and he is ready to pay that today.
And where was the community service conducted?
The Sandy Springs recycling plant.
Okay. And
he actually did 41.5, Your Honor.
okay, and I'll take it. I'll take it. One other thing was, and does your client stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID for a charge of reckless driving?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Henderson, I assume we're going to see an amended accusation and a null pros of all the other charges previously accused.
You will see all of that before close of business, Judge.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And has Mr. Mazingo articulated the terms of the offer as indicated by the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Howard, have you consumed any prescription medication or alcoholic beverages?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the proceedings as they've transpired so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you to take this plea today?
No, Your Honor.
If you decide to go forward with pleading guilty to reckless driving, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court and have a trial before a judge or a jury. You would also have to give up your right to have the state try to prove the charges against you in a court of law. In addition to that, all your other rights, including the right to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's case, and present your own defenses. These are all the rights that you would have to give up. Are you prepared to do so?
Yes, Your Honor.
As been explained to you, that entering this plea may have an impact upon your residency status, as well as any other cases you may have open against you,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you're still proceeding with the plea, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of reckless driving?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Your sentence is 12 months probation, 40 hours community service, risk reduction program. Attend a one victim impact panel and pay a $700 fine plus court costs and fees. Has he completed the risk reduction program as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So if you can submit all your certificates to Brandy Bolton, you can pay for the $700 fine. Mr. Jordan, there's a question how they can pay it all off today. Thank you. If you want to pay your fine, you can go to 185 Central Avenue, which is the Justice Center Tower, or more appropriately labeled as J1 now. And you can go to Suite TG 600. And I'm assuming the system will have updated his information for the $700 fine plus court costs if they want to take care of it today. Otherwise, you can do it anytime before you report to probation. Probation will terminate upon submission of all the certificates and payment of fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And my last question would be, if I submit those documents to Ms. Bolton, would he still need to report to probation and also give it to them, or would that satisfy that part?
If he's completed everything by the close of business on Monday, he will not have to report to probation, but I would make a call in to the probation office just to double check.
Okay. And then if he does report today, just to make sure everything is good to go, do you think that they'll be ready for him with the documentation, or should he wait till Monday?
I recommend waiting till Monday. And that was your second question. You only asked for one question.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, then I'm done.
All right. Okay. That concludes this case. Thank you, Mr. Mazinga. Mr. Howard, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hang on for Mr. Mazinga. Mr. Mazinga, oh, he's gone.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marcia Ginyard on behalf of Santiago Zanders, my associate.
Give me
Juanita
1 second. Give me 10 seconds, please. 10 seconds.
No problem.
Sorry, Ms. Gagnon, I was trying to get to you. Who do you represent?
Santiago Zanders, Your Honor. We appeared in January. I think was my guess at the date, January 27th calendar, I believe.
Okay.
And
are you here for a plea?
Yes, we worked out a plea with Attorney Henderson. He was to re-accuse the case because we agreed to enter a plea to reckless. We haven't received the paperwork as of yet, so I don't know if that has been completed, but we are here and ready to go forward if the state is.
I can get that paperwork to her. I was just going back and forth with Miss Marshall's story to do that.
All right. Ms. Gagnon, as soon as you get the paperwork, then we can address your case, okay?
That'll be awesome. May Miss Lamb be excused?
Miss Lamb? Oh, yes.
Yes, she was. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. I have position number 15 with Miss Marshall Story. Is she available?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and we are addressing Miss Alicia Hale, represented by Mr. Johnny Waller, excuse me.
Morning,
And,
Judge.
all right. Oh, it's still morning, thank God. Okay. And we are addressing, and you've got all the paperwork, everything set, all's been emailed, all good?
I did forward the paperwork to the court. I haven't touched base with the prosecutor on this one because it's a new prosecutor, but we did come to terms last time. So
Let's hope everything's still consistent. This is case 20 CR 002-726A, State versus Alicia Hale, HALE, represented by counsel, Mr. Johnny Waller. Ms. Hale has been accused of failure to maintain lane, speeding, failure to change the address and name on driver's license, possession of an open alcohol container, reckless driving, DUI less safe, and DUI per se from an alleged incident of June 30th, 2019 in Fulton County, Georgia. Ms. Hale, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Waller. Is this going to be I'm going to put off on a negotiated plea until I hear the terms of the recommended offer. Ms. Marshall-Story, if you'd like to let us know.
Your Honor, this case was negotiated by the assistant in court on the last date. I haven't had an opportunity to go into a breakout session with Mr. Waller, but if he's already completed the paperwork and has it signed, I will rely on counsel to read that as it's stated in the plea paperwork.
All right, Mr. Waller, are we amending any of the charges?
no, Judge, they're just dismissing everything, allowing her to plead to one of the DUI counts.
Okay, I'm going to assume that the DUI less safe will merge into the DUI per se, and the state will null pros all the other charges. Ms. Marshall-Story, any objection?
Your Honor, I believe counsel's indicated that he has forwarded the plea paperwork to you. Do you have that paperwork?
Ms. Alicia Hale, I have 100 hours, 40 hours community service. It doesn't mention anything about the null pros or the merger.
It doesn't, Judge. The prosecutor forwarded me the plea paperwork blank, and so I just filled in the recommended sentence on there. I didn't put the in regard to the null process and the plea to the DUI.
All right, let's do it this way. Ms. Marshall-Story, tell me what you have from your notes on this case. What was the plea offer?
Your Honor, we were actually in negotiations with my supervisor, and we have not yet actually come up with a plea offer. That is why, if you had that information already provided by a previous attorney, then of course we would abide by what was sent. I think it might be best if we could just go into a breakout room very briefly, Your Honor, and perhaps you can take another plea.
Miss, will the host please place Johnny Waller and Erica Marshall-Story in a breakout room? I'm sorry, Mr. Waller, if I have everything aligned with both sides, this would be perfect. Position number 10, I have Emily Smith, represented by John Burgess. And is this Mr. Henderson's case? Emily
Your
Smith,
Honor, this
position.
Ms. McCutcheon we negotiated the last portion of it.
All right, Ms. McCutcheon, are we ready to proceed on Emily L. Smith? I'm sorry, you're on mute, Ms. McCutcheon.
No, Judge, I was not aware that this was a case that I had handled. Who am I speaking with, Mr. Mr. Burgess? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, we just talked about this one. I'm sorry. I've got
That's
so many,
okay.
I'm trying to multitask, Judge. Yes. Yes,
It's already
Judge.
a long day.
Yes, yes, Judge, we did discuss the case, and the state is going to, of course, abide by the previous offer that was made to Mr. Burgess for Ms. Smith, and that was a plea to no contest plea to reckless driving.
We are addressing case number 20 CR 0011938, State versus Emily Smith, middle initial L, represented by Mr. John Burgess. Ms. Smith was initially accused of failure to maintain lane, DUI less safe, reckless driving, DUI under the influence of glue, aerosol, or toxic vapor, DUI under the influence of alcohol and drugs, and DUI under the influence of alcohol per se, from a May 10th, 2018 incident in Fulton County, Georgia. Ms. Smith, you are present and you're represented by counsel, Mr. Burgess, and you've been advised about your right to remain silent. This is going to be a negotiated plea. So, Ms. McCutcheon, I understand that the state is going to either amend the accusations or null pros all these charges in the alternate, and that she will plead to plead no contest to reckless driving. Is that correct?
Your Honor, respectfully, if I can just inquire, Mr. Henderson, did you actually look at this case for today's calendar? Or are you aware as to whether or not anyone has filed any amended accusations or prepared any null pros forms for this? Judge, I was only involved in just conferring with Mr. Burgess. Not that that's an excuse, Judge, but I just want to make certain that whether or not that's been done. If not, I'll take care of it.
It's not done yet, it looks like. Which number is this? I'm sorry.
Number 10.
Your Honor, if I may, reckless driving is count 3.
Yeah, it's already
it's right there. Okay, sorry about that. It's buried in the middle. Okay, thank you, Mr. Burgess.
You're welcome.
So I'm assuming the state is going to null pros the other charges. Is that correct, Ms. McCutcheon?
That's right, Judge. We'll have to prepare null process for those.
Okay. All right, Mr. Burgess, what is, Ms. McCutcheon, what are the terms for reckless driving?
All right, Judge, just a moment. Let me go back. Judge, and I apologize. I was brought into this in the 11th hour. So let me just.
No problem at all.
Let me look at the paperwork that was sent to me this morning to confirm. I'm still looking, and you may have it more easily at your hand than I do, Mr. Burgess, since you sent it to Ms. Riley and Ms. Riley sent it to you.
Right, and then I sent it to everybody. And plus,
all right,
this
so
morning I sent it to Miss Bolton.
So this is what I have. I have a offer from the state to plead that Ms. Smith will plead no contest to reckless driving, be on 12 months probation, pay a $750 fine, complete a risk reduction program, and 40 hours of community service.
That's my understanding.
Ms. McCutcheon, do you agree
Yes,
with
Judge.
that term?
The
All
judge,
right.
the state agrees with those terms.
And Mr. Burgess, has your client completed any of those programs?
I don't believe she has yet. And also, Your Honor, for the court's information, she is a resident of Florida and lives in Key West. Instead of doing a plea and abstention, we're doing it live.
Understood. And I don't have a problem with her doing 40 hours of voluntary community service in Key West, as well as a comparable risk reduction program. And $750 fine can be paid paid to the court or to a probation officer. I don't have probation on the line, but she would have to contact her probation officer. Mr. Burgess, your office would have to do that for her in person in order to, I will allow counsel to appear on her behalf.
Okay, we can do that Monday.
Okay, and where probation office will create a file, get her intake information, and get her contact information where she can report via Zoom or telephonically to complete all her requirements. Is that something?
That's fine, Judge. I can go downtown on Monday.
Okay. I'm going to put a note over here, report to probation within 48 hours through counsel. All right, Ms. McCutcheon, I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, if you want to mute your phone for a second, it's chiming in with all this notifications. All right, Ms. McCutcheon, do Do you have anything else to add?
No, Your Honor, other than, counsel, do you stipulate, since this is a misdemeanor, do you stipulate to the factual basis? Or if not, I can narrate to the court the factual basis of this incident alleged to have occurred on May the 10th of 2018 at Piedmont Road in the intersection with Peachtree Road in Fulton County.
Your Honor, we stipulate as a factual basis for the plea.
And venue and ID as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, without further ado then, Ms. Smith, did I place you under oath? I can't recall with all this information. Let's go ahead and place you under oath. You can unmute. Do you solemnly raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Judge.
Have you consumed any medication or alcoholic beverages? You can put your hand down.
Okay. No, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you decide to take this plea today to one count of reckless driving, no contest, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser and examine witnesses, as well as to challenge the state's case, present your defenses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has it been explained to you that by entering this plea, it could have an impact upon your residency status and or any other cases you may have open against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is anyone forcing you to take this plea?
No, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of reckless driving?
I plead nolo.
Your plea is accepted. Your sentence is to be placed on 12 months of probation, pay a $750 fine, complete a comparable risk reduction program in Florida and submit that to your probation officer, complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency that is not a school and not a religious institution, and to and your report to probation will be through counsel before the close of business on next Tuesday. And once you have completed all these terms, your probation, considering the allegations of the charges, Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have a probation on a non-reporting basis.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Smith, Mr. Burgess?
No, Your Honor.
All right, folks, thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Smith, yeah, please reach out to your attorney if you have any questions. Thank you, folks. Mr.
Y'all have a
Burgess,
great
thank
weekend.
you. You too. Thank you for being so patient.
Yes, ma'am.
I have position number 12, Aaron Reagans, represented by Ms. Amanda Young. And Ms. McCutcheon, you're listed as the prosecutor for this plea hearing.
That's correct, Judge. This is the paperwork I informed the court earlier. It appeared to be a screenshot, but the original counsel, Ms. Young, if she is still on the platform, and I see Ms. Young, indicated that she would bring the original copies of the paperwork to the court. This is the homicide by vehicle case and failure to obey a traffic control device. Also, the deceased victim's sister should be on the line, Ms. Lisa McDonald. Ms. McDonald, if you're on the line, if you can just make the court aware of your presence. I know she was on the line earlier this morning, Judge.
I'm
I
present.
I see her. Thank you. Ms. McDonald is present.
All right. Where is Ms. Reagans?
I do not see the defendant, Ms. Young.
I'm here.
I see Aaron Reagans. Okay. Judge, I do know that Ms. McDonald, the sister of the victim, has prepared a victim impact statement that she would like the court to provide her an opportunity to present to the court. The state is ready. If the court's ready, Your Honor, and has the plea paperwork, the state is recommending on this case that the defendant be sentenced to 12 months to serve 30 days.
Oh,
That
let me do my preamble first for
Okay,
the
thank you,
record,
Judge.
and then we can proceed. Thank you. All right, Ms. Young, I do have the paperwork. It's acceptable. I don't have a problem with that. And our court reporter, Ms. Greenhouse, is on the Zoom, so that's good. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is State versus Aaron Reagans, R-A-G-I-N-S. case number 20 CR 0014428. Mr. Reagans is present with his attorney, Ms. Amanda Young. Mr. Reagans has been advised that he has a right to remain silent. Anything he says in open court, his statements can and will be used against him. He has a right to an attorney and he's represented by counsel. We also have present a relative of the victim in this case, Ms. Lisa McDonald. Ms. McDonald, you need to have your video on, but remain in a mute. Thank you. Ms. Lisa McDonald is present, and we have our court reporter present as well. Mr. Reagans was accused of driving a misdemeanor homicide by vehicle, also cited for failure to obey a traffic control device, with an alleged incident date of March 21st, 2019 in Fulton County, Georgia. This is the accusation that was filed with regards to this case. And Ms. McCutcheon, is this a negotiated or a non-negotiated plea?
This is a negotiated plea, Your Honor, and just to make the court aware, I did file an amended accusation yesterday evening correcting the name. None of the facts have changed, none of the allegations have changed in the accusation, only correcting the deceased victim's name from Michael Jones, as was originally alleged in the accusation, to the correct name of Michael P-O-U-N-C-Y, Pouncey Jones. Hyphen Jones.
Okay, thank you. As this is a negotiated plea, I'm going to ask Mr. Reagans to be under oath for purposes of the plea hearing. If you could unmute Mr. Reagans. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. McCutcheon, if you'd like to articulate the terms of the plea and to which charges would these terms apply?
Yes, Your Honor, and I had expected that the paperwork would have come back to me in such a format that I could have indicated my name under assistant solicitor, so it is not signed. But if the court requires that, I can have someone, since I am virtual, I can have someone from our office come to sign where it says assistant solicitor to sign my name. But Your Honor, yes, the negotiated plea offer to the court is that the defendant pleads guilty to both homicide by vehicle and the traffic control device violation. The traffic control violation, of course, the sentence would be vacated because that is the underlying offense for the homicide by vehicle. On a plea of guilty to both charges and a sentence of homicide by vehicle by the court, the state would recommend 12 months to serve 30 days in custody with the balance of that sentence on probation. That the defendant, I did not indicate this, but I would ask the court to give the defendant a specific date on which he should turn himself into the custody of the Fulton County, the Sheriff's Office at the Fulton County Jail. While on probation, the defendant will complete 240 hours of community service. That is the state's recommendation. He will complete a Department of Driver Service certified defensive driving class. He will attend and participate in 2 victim impact panels. And his driver's license will be suspended by operation of law for the appropriate time to be determined by the Department of Driver Services. And lastly, he will pay a fine in the amount of $1,000 plus the associated court costs.
All right, Ms. Young?
Yes, we're aware of those, that recommendation, and we stipulate and we accept. And we, I'm sorry, Yana, distracted. But yes, that is the negotiated plea that we've agreed to.
Does the defense stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID giving rise to the charge of homicide by vehicle in the second degree misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor, we stipulate to the facts.
Your Honor, based on the serious nature of this case, I would at least like to make the court aware of some of the facts surrounding this incident, although counsel is indicating she is stipulating to a factual basis. On the incident date as alleged in the accusation, March the 21st of 2019, the state would expect the evidence had shown, if the case had gone to trial, that the defendant, identified as Aaron Reagans, was driving a vehicle and operating as a Lyft driver. One of the passengers that he picked up on that date was the deceased victim, Mr. Michael Pouncey Jones. The defendant disobeyed a traffic control device, a red light, by proceeding through that red light at the intersection of Perry Boulevard and Johnson Road in Fulton County, collided with a Freightliner tractor trailer vehicle, at which time the deceased was pronounced dead on the scene. The Dr. Geller, the forensic pathologist at the medical examiner's office here in Fulton County, performed the autopsy and opined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head and torso, and the manner of death was a traffic accident. That is the factual basis that the state puts forth to the court.
Thank you, Ms. McCutcheon. Ms. McDonald?
Ms. Young, are you speaking with me, Your Honor?
No, Ms. Lisa McDonald. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. McDonald, thank you for being so patient. I know this is a long calendar. What would you like to tell?
We're coming up to 3 years of this, and I lost a brother, but I just didn't lose a brother. I lost my prayer partner, and no one knows the things and the impact, not that he had on just me and family, but for others. And I think that should be brought out so you would at least know and put a face to him also, because he was just not Michael Pouncey Jones, but he had been all over the United States. Senators were looking for him to come and run their campaign office, and most of them actually won. We've had 2 mayors to be placed in office here, and I'm in Shreveport, Louisiana, for everyone that do not know. He is from Shreveport, Louisiana. He has his doctor's degree in sociology, but the reasoning for him to have to use Lyft was because he ended up being diabetic, and he was driving one day, and luckily he was by a store and his sugar level dropped. He got out and went in and fell out on the floor, and he said, you know, sister dear, I'm not going to put anybody's life in danger. He said, from now on, I'm going to just use Uber. Here we use Uber. There, I know you all use Uber Lyft. And that's how he ended up having to do that. Then he was working at the Atlanta mission, and he always put himself in other people's shoes. So he went into a mission to see how people homeless live before he actually went and took the job. And again, like I say, he had a doctor's from Morehouse College for him going into sociology out there in Atlanta, working for Atlanta mission. But for him to put his hands in someone else's hands that neglected to do what was supposed to be done, and that was to get him from his job to his home, and to be killed in the middle of that. I had the same exact vehicle that he was killed in, and I got rid of it because they had a hard time trying to put him back together, and his best friend is the owner of the funeral home. He fell out when he went to get him off of the runway. They almost could not, almost could not bury him and put him in a casket to be shown because of the impact of it. I understand the laws and how the laws are different in each state and also in each city, up under each county in which we run on parish here in Louisiana. I've had to go on depression pills since then. March 21st is coming up again. I have absolutely no one anymore at all to go to because of negligence. And Your Honor, I also want to let you know, I didn't know anything about a case going on. Not only did the defendant fail, and we always call him Mickey. He's known all over as Mickey. Not only did he fail, but Fulton County, I feel like, has failed him also, because I knew nothing about it. No one contacted me until last week. I knew nothing about a plea deal. And it seemed like someone should have actually contacted me to find out. My name, my number is on everything that he has had, everything. The investigator called me last week. I didn't speak with anyone and know about a court date until 2 days ago. 2 days. And so that makes me feel like he's been failed again and no one cares at all. And that's the way that I feel. As of right now, me, the family, as a family member, and I know your law states that 12 months is the max that could go on. I know that they made a plea deal again without me knowing anything about it. I'm not okay with the plea deal of 30 days. But I am, this is my recommendation according to your laws there. My recommendation as far as family member is 6 months in jail, which is half of the 12 months. I'm okay with the 240 hours of community service, but I ask that it's done with Atlanta Mission only. And I say that because he came there to Atlanta and stayed there at Atlanta Mission to see how it was ran. And he moved up so far as to where he got that in control, made sure everybody had clothing to wear, made sure they got transportation to where they needed to go to. So if he will walk that 240 hours in Michael Pouncey Jones' shoes, then yes, I would like that to be done. Driving school. The license should be suspended until he has completed his 240 hours and also went through the driving school. I know it was recommended that he does 2 of the victim impact classes. I recommend that he does 4, because more than 2 people is, and it could even be 3, because an odd number is better than an even number. To get it through, someone's life has been taken. I can't go back. I can't call him anymore. I can't do any of that anymore. Also, that $1,000 that he wanted to make a plea deal on at first, I would like that same $1,000 donated to the Atlanta Mission. And from there, my last recommendation is for his name to be put out to where he is not able to drive for any transportation service of any sort ever again. So maybe, just maybe, he will not put anyone else's life in danger or kill someone else. And also, this is my brother, Mickey Pouncey Jones. I'm done, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. This is, I know it's a misdemeanor case, but such cases do not mitigate the fact that we have lost someone extremely valuable, not only to his family, to Ms. McDonald, but also to friends and to the community at large. And I do sympathize, and my deepest condolences to you, Ms. McDonald. It's very difficult to put into words when you lose a human life. I don't care from what walk of life that person has had. I don't care what their race, ethnicity, background, education, economic status. The loss of a life chips away at humanity at every step of the way. And I appreciate your feedback on the recommended sentence. I like to put it out there that as the court, even though the prosecutor and the defense have negotiated the terms of the plea, the court is still open to all this other feedback that comes from different avenues, including the victims friends and family of the victim. And the court has the final decision as to whether this plea offer moves on. With respect to your request for 180 days, I don't find that to be unreasonable, but I also have to take into account all the other items that the defendant would have to complete as part of the element of the sentence. And to that respect, I will not impose a $180 sentence, but I will require Mr. Reagans to complete 30 actual days. There will be no 2-for-1 offer as is generally provided. Ms. Young, I know this is going to be an amendment. Do you need to confer with your client?
I don't believe I need to confer with my client. However, I would like to say something on behalf of my client.
All right, so that is one item that I would impose is a 30-day sentence, day for day. He will be required to surrender to the authorities, and his sentence will be for actual 30 days. With regards to the 240 hours of voluntary community service, considering the integrity and the quality, the extremely high quality of an individual who has been lost from this case, I'm going to require him to complete 240 hours of voluntary community service at the Atlanta mission only. And this is something that you can address as well. I will amend that to 3 victim impact. Driver's license will be suspended in accordance with the law of the state of Georgia as authorized by the Georgia Department of Driver Services. All other features of the recommended plea sentence is as negotiated. Yes, Ms. Young, if you'd like to address that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to say that my client, he gives his condolences to the family. He's very, very remorseful for this incident. And he definitely wants the court to know that. Prior to the incident, he's been driving for Lyft approximately 5 years with no incidents, no accidents. He cannot fully remember why he didn't stop because he was actually hospitalized due to this incident, but he wants to let the court know as well as the family that he's sorry. He gives his condolences to them.
With respect to the service of jail time, 30 actual days, and with respect to the completion of voluntary community service at the Atlanta mission, shall I proceed with those requirements unless the defense wants to make any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, we accept those conditions.
All right.
And Your Honor, respectfully, before the court imposes sentence, I failed to inform the court. I do see a prior 2013 failure to appear out of College Park Municipal Court on the defendant's driving history. That is the only violation I see in the driving history. Criminal record, there was a 2009 statutory arrest that was null pros here in Fulton. There was a 2020 aggravated assault arrest out of Douglas County, but the criminal history shows no disposition for that. And just to perfect the record, Judge, I was very much aware of Ms. McDonald's disappointment with the contact attempts by our office, but I would like to just inform the court that our office had been informed with had been in contact with family members, although it was not Ms. McDonald, it was other family members. And we receive our next of kin information from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, and that was the person to whom our office directed the contact in this case. The information provided by the Medical Examiner's Office when the body is delivered to the family member. But of course, we have made, myself and the director of our Victim Witness Assistance Program, met via Zoom with Ms. McDonald, and on behalf of the Solicitor General's Office, we extend and continue to extend our sincerest condolences and apologize for any contact errors or malfeasance that she feels our office conducted. But thank you, Your Honor.
We'll proceed then. Ms. Young, you have stipulated to the factual basis, venue, and ID of this case, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Reagans, if you've been sworn, if you unmute your screen, please. And Mr. Waller, if you could remove your hand raised, please, I will address your case shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Regens, you have been charged with a very, very serious offense. And I do accept the fact that you are remorseful. This is a tragedy. Yes, sir.
I just really want to say something to Miss Lisa. If that's okay with you, Your Honor.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay, it'll be short. I don't remember what happened that day. I cannot remember what happened that day, but like my lawyer said, I've been doing Lyft for a long time, and nobody pays attention until you do the wrong thing or when you make that wrong mistake. But I got a lot of people home and things like that, but that's not going to bring him back. You're not the only person who thinks about him every day. I can't remember him, but I have a picture of the man on my phone. I will never forget him. I think about him every day. I do not mind doing the work at the Atlanta mission. If that's what you wish, I will do that. Anything really just to make it better, because I mean, I don't like, my driving record is not bad at all. Like I drive for everybody. I am the designated driver. So I've been on depression pills too ever since this happened. So you're not the only one. I think about it every day, and I'm so sorry that all of this happened.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rajan. Mr. Rajan, have you been able to understand the proceedings as they've transpired so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has your attorney explained to you that if you enter this plea today, this will have an impact upon your driver's license, will have an impact upon your driving record, it will have an impact upon your ability to continue your job as a licensed public driver, whether it be through any of these transportation companies like Uber or Lyft?
Yes, ma'am. I don't do it anymore anyway. After that day, it never again.
And has your attorney explained to you that entering such a plea to such a charge can also have a negative impact upon your residency status, if applicable, as well as the impact upon any other cases that are open against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And also, you are not under the influence of any kind of medication or alcoholic beverages at the present time, is that correct?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to enter a plea of guilty to this particular charge, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to have the assistance of counsel to confront your accuser, to examine witnesses, to present evidence of your defenses, to challenge the state's evidence, to argue your case before a judge or a jury, to testify on your behalf if you choose to do so, or waive your right to remain preserve your right to remain silent. And that if you choose to enter this plea, that you would be required to surrender yourself to the Fulton County Jail and be incarcerated there for 30 actual days with no provision for a 2-for-1 ratio. Do you understand that you would have to waive your rights and that's the time you would have to serve in jail?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to, is anyone forcing you to enter into this plea today?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone made any promises to you that are contrary to the plea that you'll be entering into today?
No, ma'am.
And are you doing so willingly, voluntarily, and knowingly?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of homicide by vehicle, a misdemeanor offense?
Guilty, Your Honor.
And Ms. McCutcheon, you will be issuing a null pros for the failure to plead, or that will be a merger into that charge.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's my understanding the defendant is pleading guilty to both offenses, but the court would vacate the sentence as to count 2 because it merges by operation of law.
Right, okay. And that's what's going to happen. Please make, Mr. Jordan, that's how it's going to have to reflect. Okay. Mr. Reagans, I accept your plea. Your sentence will be 12 months to serve 30 days, 30 actual days. Unless there are any objections, I will require Mr. Reagans to report to the Fulton County Jail on Monday morning, which will be March 7th.
Your Honor, if I may, my client, Mr. Reagans, request that the court allow him to turn himself in on Monday, March 14th. He's the caregiver of his great grandmother, and so he just wants to get that situation together before he turns himself in.
I'll allow him till March 11th.
Thank you,
Next
Your Honor.
Friday.
And Your Honor, respectfully, may the state ask the court to advise the defendant that if he fails to comply with the court's orders and does not report to the Fulton County Jail, then he would be susceptible to a charge of escape, since he would be a defendant who has pleaded guilty and has been sentenced by this court.
So the advice is so noted. Okay, so as I was saying, it's going to be 12 months to serve 30 days, day for day, no 2-for-1 ratio. After the completion of the 30 days, which will commence on March 11th, 2022. Mr. Reagans, you're to report to the Fulton County Jail Intake Division before 12 noon on March 11th. Do you understand, sir?
I'll come get, yes, ma'am.
March 11th is a Friday and before 12 noon.
Yes, ma'am.
And you will serve 30 actual days. After you've completed the 30 days, you'll be placed on probation. You will report to probation within 48 hours of being released, and the probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street. While you're on probation, you will complete 240 hours of voluntary community service. These hours shall begin within 30 days of being released from the Fulton County Jail, and this will be at the Atlanta Mission only. You will complete a defensive driving class, and I will permit it to be an online class. You will complete 3 victim impact panel, you will attend 3 victim impact panel programs. You will pay a fine of $1,000 plus all court costs and fees to be paid to your probation office. Your driver's license will be suspended in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Georgia Department of Driver Services. With regards to Ms. McDonald's request that he be refrained from being employed by any transportation services, unfortunately, I cannot instruct that a private company not hire him. His ability to be hired by such transportation companies will be subject to the rules and the employment procedures of these private companies. Any questions, Ms. Young?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Ms. McCutcheon?
Respectfully, nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McDonald, do you have anything else to add?
No.
That concludes this case. Thank you very much. And one other thing I forgot. Mr. Reagans, in accordance with this conviction, you will need to surrender your driver's license to the Fulton County Clerk's office in room J150.
Is that
listen,
is that before or after turning myself in?
I'm going to give you a date. It's got to be, the location is suite J150 at 160 Prior Street, and you will surrender your driver's license before the close of business on March 10, 2022. That's Thursday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Jordan? All right, thank you. That concludes this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Waller, have you, yes, Mr. Dawson, Larry Dawson, I do see you there. We will address you shortly. Please remove the hand raised feature. Mr. Dawson, Mr. Waller and Ms. Marshall Story, have you all conferred on the terms of the plea?
Yes, Your
yes,
Honor. Your Honor, We have had an opportunity to discuss and tweak the plea just a bit. And that plea will include on a guilty plea to the charge of DUI, less safe, 12 months to serve 24 hours with credit for time served, a $300 fine, the risk reduction program, alcohol drug evaluation and treatment if necessary, 40 hours of community service, and 1 victim impact panel.
All right.
With
Could you repeat
probation
that,
to be,
please? Could you repeat that, please, again? Okay, this is to 1 count of DUI less safe, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state will agree to null process the remaining charges.
Okay, and that
The
was 12 months. to
12
be
months.
placed in probation.
Yes.
Okay, and what was it? 8 alcohol and drug evaluation, 200, was it 240 hours?
No, it's 40 hours of community service,
Okay.
a $300 fine,
Mhm, got that.
alcohol drug evaluation and treatment if necessary. And I believe we both said the victim, the risk reduction, and then 1 victim impact panel.
All right. Mr. Waller, is that, are those the terms to which your client has agreed?
yes, Judge, in addition to probation, suspending once the terms have been completed. She's already done the risk reduction.
I'll do non-reporting.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's all, Your Honor.
Belair Dawson, please remove the arm raise, the yellow arm raise, please, and mute your screen. Belair Dawson. Okay, can't hear me. All right. Mr. Kendaho, thank you. All right. I'm not certain at what juncture we left the Hale case, but just for purposes of this plea hearing for 20 CR 002-726A, Ms. Alicia Hale, if you please raise your right hand, I'd like to place you under oath. Do you solemnly, where is she? There she is. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
All right. You've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. Johnny Waller. And Miss Marshall Story, I know you've already articulated the terms of the plea. Mr. Waller, have you got any objections to the terms of the recommendation from the state for 1 count of DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol? That's safe?
No, Judge. The only thing I didn't mention was an affidavit of first conviction. I think I touched base with Mr. Jordan on this, and they said what'll happen is you'll go ahead and complete the paperwork, and Miss Hale will just need to come into the clerk's office and surrender her license in person to get the sealed copy.
All right, thank you. I'm going to take a brief. Do we have another case that requires a Spanish interpreter? Ms. Marshall Story or Ms. McCutcheon or Mr. Henderson?
Not that I am aware of, Your Honor.
Okay. Miss. Oh, Luke Del Porte. Yeah. All right. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible, Ms. Hanson. Thank you. All right. So the affidavit of first conviction, yes, I will complete the paperwork and it will be filed with everything else. And Mr. Waller, does your client stipulate to factual basis, venue, and ID with regards to the sole count?
We do, Judge.
All right. Ms. Hale, you've already been sworn. Have you consumed any prescription medication or alcohol at the present time?
No, ma'am.
And has your attorney explained to you all the terms of this plea, as well as the explanation of your waiver of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has he also explained to you that entering such a plea may have an impact upon your residency status or any other cases that may be opened against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with this representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you decide to enter a plea to this 1 count of DUI, you would have to waive your constitutional rights to go back to court and have a trial before a judge or a jury to be able to contest the state's case, present your defenses, challenge the state's evidence, confront your accuser, examine and cross-examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take this plea today?
No, Your Honor.
And are you doing so freely, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of DUI less safe?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to be served on probation. You will report to the probation office no later than Tuesday next week at 132 Mitchell Street in person. While you're on probation, you will complete an alcohol and drug evaluation by a qualified provider. If treatment is warranted, you must submit yourself to that treatment. You will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service, but not at any school and not at any religious institution. You will complete a risk reduction program, attend one victim impact panel program, pay a $300 fine, and once you receive an affidavit of first offender. If you've completed all these elements of your sentence, then your probation will be non-reporting, which means that you are still subject to the penalties if you get arrested again or if you commit a similar offense. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Waller, anything else?
No, Judge, that's it. May we be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. That concludes this case.
Thank
Have a
you,
great
Your
day.
Honor.
Now we'll give you this very soon. Mr. Sir, if you and your client would like to come to the podium, we are addressing position number 5. Mr. Travis Glenn, Count Attorney, is good. Good afternoon.
Actually, good afternoon, yes.
I could stop time, I would. Okay. We have Attorney Travis Glenn, who is present in the courtroom with his client, Mr. Melvin Wayman Ricardo Davis. Position number 5, case number 19 CR 003-137A. Mr. Davis was accused of simple battery domestic violence, cruelty in the 3rd degree, and battery domestic violence from an alleged date of April 2nd, 2019 in Fulton County, Georgia. And Mr. Glenn, I believe you're here for a plea, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And is Mr. Henderson the prosecutor?
It is me, Michelle McCutcheon, Your Honor, for the state.
I'm sorry, Ms. McCutcheon. All right. So, Mr. Davis, for purposes of this plea, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? All right. Did you hear that, Ms. McCutcheon?
Yes, Your Honor, I did. And Judge, if I may respectfully sound out for the victim in this case, a Ms. Sharice Starkey. Ms. Starkey, if you are on the platform, the Zoom platform, if you would please make the court aware of your presence. And I do not see any responses from a Ms. Sharice Starkey. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed, Ms. McCutcheon, with the recommended plea.
Yes, Your Honor. On this case, if the defendant were to plead guilty today to the offenses of simple battery and cruelty to children in the 3rd degree, the state would recommend, as to the simple battery family violence, that he be sentenced to 12 months to serve 10 days, credit reduced to the time that he served in custody, which was 3 days, that the balance of that sentence be served on probation, that while on probation, he complete a family violence intervention program that also has a parenting class component, that he is to have no violent contact with Sharice Starkey, with whom the state has been informed by Ms. Starkey he is still involved in a relationship with, and they have children together. Judge, this defendant, this incident, for the factual basis, Your Honor, this incident occurred at 5345 Broswell Road in Sandy Springs, Georgia, on the incident date of April the 2nd of 2019. Officers responded to the location, and the defendant, the victim reported that not the victim, rather, Your Honor, a witness reported that the defendant and the victim had been involved in a physical altercation, and that the defendant had struck and kicked the victim, the defendant being identified as this defendant, Melvin Wayman Ricardo Davis. The alleged victim, Ms. Cherie Starkey, denied to the police that there had been any physical assault, although the witness indicated that the witness had observed this. Ms. Starkey said that the two had only been involved in a verbal altercation. Judge, the state would, and for these reasons, Your Honor, these mitigating reasons are why the state is reducing, well, not reducing, but null prosing the family violence battery, and I will submit a null pros order to the court. The state would expect, had the case gone to trial, this case would show a cycle of violence between the two individuals. To be candid with the court, this defendant and the victim were both arrested on a dual arrest previously in Clayton County in 2018, where the allegation was that a witness had observed the two fighting and observed Ms. Starkey pull a gun and point the gun at the defendant. And both, as I said, the parties were arrested. There is no disposition as to that 2018 case. There is also a 2021 aggravated assault where this defendant is alleged to have held a knife against the victim at her workplace. There is no disposition in the system showing for that case. However, the defendant was arrested and released from custody after 1 day on that case. There's a 2021 probation violation for this defendant. He has a prior felony conviction from 2007 for kidnapping and armed robbery. So the state recognizes the defendant has a very, in the state's opinion, aggravated criminal history. We also understand the weaknesses in the state's case based on the recantations of our victim. And so for those reasons, we put this negotiated plea before the court today.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, if you could join the breakout room with Mr. Henderson. And then after that, it will be Ms. Marsha Ginyard with Mr. Henderson. The host could please place Mr. Henderson in a breakout first with Dennis Murphy. And just to clarify, Ms. McCutcheon, you are going to null pros the battery domestic violence?
That's correct, Judge, on a plea to the family violence simple battery.
And the simple battery would be able to, will be able to sustain the cruelty charge?
Judge, and you know what, I indicated to counsel that I'm not certain of that because as the court knows, you're right, it would have to be the battery. So in all candor with the court, Judge, I probably would need to null pros that. And that was an issue that I discussed with counsel, regrettably. And I'll just be candid, the victim recanted that there had been any physical altercation. So that is why I was moving forth with the null pros of the battery. And I will have to null pros the cruelty too, because I believe the court's correct. It will not sustain, the sentence would not sustain a plea to the cruelty and a sentence to the cruelty.
So the plea will only be to one count of simple battery?
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Glenn, does your client stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
He does, Your Honor.
And is there anything else you'd like to add?
Just briefly, Judge. Mr. Davis is 31 years of age as told the court today. When he was 17, and you heard about the 2007 conviction, he got a felon actually did a 10-year door prison sentence. So he came out a little, obviously, at some of the young age with the third system, probably suffering from trauma and mental health issues that he wasn't aware of. In the 2021 probation revocation, I actually represented him. It was based on some of these other allegations. He received 180-day jail sentence or prison. And part of the conditions that he had to go to mental health counseling, that was something that Ms. Starkey, who I've worked with, that was representing now, wanted him to do. And he's actually been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, depression. He's actually on medication for that. She says he's doing a lot better these days, but obviously there is a lot of distance. They do have 2 children together. So we understand the state's concern. But ultimately, she's kept saying, oh, this didn't happen. But yet, witness, there's certainly prior acts that come into play for the trial. I think the recommendation, quite reasonable, given all that in play, Mr. Davis wants to get this matter behind us since he's 4 years old.
Oh.
I just asked the court.
Your Honor, I could hear very little of only snippets of what counsel was representing to the court. But I did hear something about medication. And in light of that, I would ask that the court also, this was not negotiated, but in light of what counsel just presented on behalf of his client, if there is any medication and treatment that's currently, this defendant's currently receiving, that he continue with that. And also because the defendant is not pleading guilty and the state's null prosing the cruelty, that the defendant have no violent contact, not only with Ms. Cherie Starkey, S-T-A-R-K-E-Y, but also no violent contact with any of the children. The state would anticipate the evidence would have shown that a child, an infant, was present when this incident occurred on the incident date.
Any objection to being medically compliant and no further violent contact with family?
Yeah, there's no objection, Judge. He's already doing that, Judge McLean's sentence. So
And Judge, he is a convicted felon, so he is not authorized by law to possess a weapon. Either direct or constructive possession of a firearm.
I think his attorney has repeated that quite often to him.
he's well aware of that.
All right. If y'all don't mind, Mr. Davis, are you under the influence of any kind of medication that impairs your ability to think clearly at the present time?
No, ma'am.
All right. And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anyone forced you, induced you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if by entering this plea to a simple battery only, that this could have an impact on any residency status you may have and or any open cases that you may have? And you are still willing to go forward with this plea, correct? In order for me to accept this plea, you would have to waive your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, have the assistance of counsel to argue your case to a judge or jury, and also present any defenses you may have. You would also have to waive your right to have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering this plea voluntarily, knowingly, and willingly?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you plead to one count of simple battery?
The judge is kind of being tender as an offer. He's always pushed for the cruelty charge, which of course was an issue. But,
The cruelty charge will be null pros. There's only one count of simple battery. Do you want a moment to talk to your attorney?
No.
How do you plead to one count of simple battery?
Guilty.
I accept your guilty plea. Your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve. I'm going to modify that to 6 days. Credit for time served 3 days. So that concludes any jail time that you may have for this particular case. Understood? You'll be placed on probation. You will have to report to probation either next Monday or Tuesday, and that will be at 132 Mitchell Street. Once you report to probation, you will have to complete a 6-month domestic violence intervention program. That's a series of classes, and you must enroll in that program within 30 days from today. All right. So by your second probation visit, you must have announced your probation officer that you are enrolled in those classes. Yes, sir?
Do the probation officer, do they help you find the classes, or how do I get in class?
They will give you a list of classes and schools where they offer these classes. All right. You will also have, and tell me about contact with Cherie Starkey, Mr. Glenn.
Judge, they're still together. As far as I know, most recent communications I've had with her, they have 2 children together they're raising. So that's the reason for the violent contact condition, but that was her request to the state, is my understanding.
And is he still under a no violent contact from his other case?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. McCutcheon, unless you have a very strong objection, I'm going to make this as no violent contact with Cherie Starkey and any other members that live in his household.
Yes, Your Honor, the state is not opposed to no violent contact.
And as you know, Mr. Davis, you will have to be medically compliant with any treatment or prescriptions that you are currently under. Okay. All right, that's good. And also that, well, what else can I do except wish you the best? All right, that concludes this case. Mr. Glenn, any questions?
He just needs to show up at probation, or is there a set appointment?
There is no set appointment. The case, once the dispositions are entered, the probation will get note of it. And that's why we require him to report within 48 hours.
And I can get the address from the clerk here.
132 Mitchell Street.
132.
All right, thank
Got
you.
it. Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe we'll be excused.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for being so patient. Do I have any other cases awaiting to take a plea?
Yes, Your Honor, Pupil Williams.
I don't know who's speaking. Ah, yes.
Pupil Williams.
I can't see who's talking, so
Oh, my goodness.
the video is not on. Mr. Del Porte, what's the announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, the announcement is that my client is not in a position to take the plea today. So based on our earlier conversation with Your Honor, we would like you to send it back to Judge Ruff for a jury trial.
Okay. Do you want me to arraign your client? Are you planning to file a waiver of arraignment?
I will do it.
All right. So this would be position number 3. With regards to Yanette Ramirez Portillo, Mr. Del Porte is going to file a waiver of arraignment. Please submit your waiver either to michael.jordan@fultoncountyga.gov, but CC Brandy Bolton, that's BRANDEE .bolton@fultoncountyga.gov. And we will issue a case management order as well, setting forth how this case is going to proceed. And we were going to further notice this for a jury trial. Ms. Hanson, you are free to go. Thank you very much. And Mr. Del Porte, anything else to add?
Just one thing, Your Honor, do you have an approximate date as to when this could be set for trial? I know it's asking you to use a crystal ball, but any bracket will be good enough for me.
I honestly, you asked me, I'm thinking 2 years. So
Okay.
if she has any immigration visa issues pending, I don't know if they'll wait 2 years, but you are the expert in that field.
Yes, we'll need to take care of that in any case. Thank you very much for your time and your good humor, Your Honor. May we be excused?
You are. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Thank
Cheers,
you.
Your Honor. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Judge, can I speak?
Who's Miss? Okay, hang on.
Pupil Williams.
Wait a minute, Miss Williams. Hang on. I know you're there. Good heavens. All right. Miss, I forgot my train of thought just now. Okay. Oh, tell me, where was I? Okay. Mr. Del Porte, we should have his email. Okay, but Miss Marshall Story, do you happen to have, or Miss McCutcheon, do you have Mr. Del Porte's email?
I do, Your Honor. I can send it to, should I send it to, forward it to Mr. Jordan or Miss Bolton?
To Miss Patrono.
Oh, Mr.
James?
Turner. Okay,
Yeah.
I will do that. Yes. Mhm. I'm accustomed
It's,
to seeing
Brian
Okay, I
James.
could not see the James. Okay, yes, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Miss Gunyard, you're still waiting on Mr. Henderson, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. We're still waiting for the new accusation so that I can put it on the plea form and get my client to sign up.
All right. And now Miss Puebla William. By the way, have we looked into Mr. Jeremy Roberts for Mr. Spursman? 21 CR 002-396C. So are we going to put it on the Orca calendar? Can we put him on the next available one? Oh, thank you.
Judge,
Yes, Mr. Murphy, what's the announcement for your case?
Mr. Henderson's announced the state will be null processing that.
All right. So with regards to Mr. Murphy's case, remind me again, this was on the arraignment calendar?
Number 10 on the arraignment.
So Mr. Jordan, just 1 second, folks. I just wanted to be sure that I've already signed up on the disposition. This recitation may not be consistent with the disposition. It was filled out by defense counsel. Yeah. Yeah, so. I don't have the signature page for that. That's the only thing. Oh, here it is, here it is. You can make sure that recitation is correct. Otherwise, I believe this is all set to go.
No? Hey, just stay on the line for a second, okay?
Yeah, this is all set to go. Position 10 on Mr. Murphy's case, Kendall Bell is null pros. All right. Mr. Murphy,
Thank you,
thank you
Judge.
very much. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. And Mr. Henderson, we're going to place you in a breakout room with Miss Gunyard. She was here for Xander's, wasn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Honor.
All right. So we're going to put you in a breakout room for position 11, Santiago Xanders.
Your Honor, may I make an announcement whenever the court can?
Yes, now I can address you. Yes.
And I apologize, I forgot to mute myself. I was on the phone. I apologize.
That's okay. No problem.
Your Honor, position number 4, Valaire Dawson, she's on the phone with me on hold. They can't apparently hear anything. They're having technical difficulties. In any event, I was gonna let the court know that I'm gonna be waiving arraignment, pleading not guilty. I'll file the formal paperwork this afternoon, Judge. But if that's my announcement, and that is position number 4. I apologize, on the Orca C arraignment calendar.
Okay, and so on Valaire Dawson, yes, I did see them trying to enter the Zoom.
Yes, they've been in and out apparently all morning, having difficulties, and right now they can't hear anything. But she called me. I got her on the phone right now on hold, and I told her I'll make the announcement for the court.
All right.
I
So
will file
Valaire, yeah. So on that case, you're going to be submitting a waiver of arraignment. The case is going to be further notice for a trial, jury trial.
Yes, yes.
And I'm going to issue a case management order to outline how this case moves forward, and it's going to be sent to the division judge for a jury trial.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
And
with
can I
regards,
can I excuse
yes, was
her?
that your only case? Yes, you may.
that-
You may.
Yeah, that was my only case left, but of course I'll remain however the court wishes.
Oh, you're free to go. I just have a couple of cases with Ms. Wanda Gant.
Okay.
Raymond Greer, I think she's still waiting to confer with Mr. Henderson, unless she's already done so. All right. Radiant Young and Dwight Johnson.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, we're waiting to speak with Mr. Henderson.
All right. Mr. Henderson is in conversation with Ms. Marsha Ginyard, and as soon as he's out, I'm going to put you in next, okay?
All right, thank you.
And Ms. Robinson and Ms. Nivens have already, yeah, he's next. Okay, position number 7. Can't. And position 10, okay. So as soon as Mr. Henderson is out, he will speak to Attorney Johnson and then to Attorney Wanda Gant. Okay. Those, I think those are the only ones. Okay, good. So make sure I got the good one. That was reset. Okay, do I have a Thomas West? Thomas LaShane West. All right, Mr. West will be a reset to show cause.
Your Honor, which calendar is that?
This is the arraignment calendar, Orca C arraignment calendar.
Thank you.
Okay, this is reset to show cause for a bench warrant. That's the only case, all the other cases are Ms. Wanda Gant's cases, okay? All right, I have a show cause calendar. This is the Orca D show cause calendar for cases in which individuals had failed to appear at a prior calendar, and these cases have been reset in order for the defendants to appear. And if they fail to appear, then the state, I have two show cause calendars. The state has the option to request a bench warrant for the defendant's arrest, or to ask that the case be placed on an inactive list, or to dead docket the case, or to null pros the case. All right. Oh. It's all these. So sorry. Miss Pugula Williams.
Yes.
All right, please start your video. Is that you, Miss Williams? Please unmute.
Okay.
All right, this is State versus Pugula Williams, case number 16 CR 1014297G, in which the charge was for simple battery domestic violence. After review of the case, the state is decided not. Miss Williams, where are you? After review of the case, the state has determined that it's not going to pursue it and it's going to close the case. So this concludes your matter. You're welcome. You're free to go.
And Your Honor, this is your Orca C show cause calendar?
Yes, it is. Gideon Abatu. Oh, not Orca C, Orca D as in Denmark.
Orca D, okay.
D as in Denmark.
Okay.
Position number 1 is Gideon Abatu, A-B-I-T-E-W. A-B-I-T-E-W, Abatu. All right, Ms. Marshall Story, any?
Your Honor, if the defendant is not present in court, I believe this is the second time on a calendar where he has received notice. We'd ask that a bench warrant be issued.
All right, he was accused of theft by shoplifting and yeah, there's been no return, so a bench warrant was issued for position number 1. Tyra Blackman, Tyra Blackman, Tyra Janae Blackman.
Your Honor, the state requests a bench warrant.
No return to sender. Position 2 is a bench warrant. Position number 3, we have Nazir Avante Brown. Nazir Avante Brown. We have a return to sender.
Your Honor, this is a simple battery case. Again, the defendant should have received no less than 2 letters requiring his presence in court, and the state requests a bench warrant.
Bench warrant. Joshua Burke, Joshua Burke.
Your Honor, this is a discharge of a firearm for the same reasons as stated previously. The state is requesting a bench warrant.
Bench warrant shall issue. Dylan Burrell, Dylan Burrell, Dylan Charles, no, Chains Burrell.
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant. The charges here are simple battery.
Granted. Andrea Copening, Andrea Copening.
Again, a simple battery charge. The state is requesting a bench warrant.
This is, we've tried to reach her twice at Northside Drive in Sandy Springs. There's been no change of address, but we've had return to sender. The state wants to seek a bench warrant.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Justin Farrell, Justin Kirby Farrell. Justin Kirby Farrell. Ms. Marshall Story.
This is a charge of simple battery, Your Honor, and because the defendant has received no less than 2 correspondence to appear in court, the state is requesting that a warrant be issued.
We have a Cortlandt Street location, but we did have a return to sender. Indicates not deliverable, 420 Cortlandt Street. All right. Bench warrant. Shiraz Fontanet. Shiraz Fontanet, Fontenanat.
The state is requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
All right.
The
We do
charge
not
is simple
have-
battery.
Yeah, we do not have a return from sender. This all appears to be a 5-defendant, co-defendant case, 5 people co-defendant case. Kimberly Graham. This was charged as criminal damage to property in the 1st degree. What is the state addressing in terms of that case?
Your Honor, our procedure in cases where a citation has been issued, though incorrectly filed in state court, but indicating a felony charge, a transfer form will be sent to the court.
All right. This case is going to be transferred to Superior Court. Jaquez Hart, H-A-R-T. Jaquez Hart, H-A-R-T. No
Your Honor,
response.
the state is requesting a bench warrant. The charge is battery, although there appear to have been several other parties that were also arrested. This defendant did not show up in court.
Laquan Jeffers. Laquan Jeffers. Laquan Jeffers.
Your Honor, this is a reckless conduct case involving landlord and tenant. The state is requesting a bench warrant.
All right. The charge is simple battery, right?
No. You said
Laquan Jeffers?
Oh,
Yeah,
Laquan.
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you skip position number 11, Your Honor?
Oh, Charles Hayes, counsel appeared. There's been a waiver of arraignment.
Okay,
Mr. Dodd, and this is further notice for trial.
okay.
Case management order will issue.
Thank you. I did not have that information.
Position, Mr. Laquan Jeffers is simple battery.
Yes, the state is requesting a bench warrant.
And Antoine Martin.
Your Honor, the state, under a showing of specific information, would have been prepared to null process the case. Perhaps in that light, Your Honor, because we do need this paperwork. Would the court consider putting this case on one more time?
What exactly are you looking for?
A showing that he is receiving behavioral health services, Your Honor.
How was he ordered to do so?
Your Honor, he wasn't ordered to do so, but as part of the recitation of the facts, that information was brought to light, and the state, because the charges were relatively serious, we would consider the null pros, but we would like something in writing that does state that he is in fact receiving those services.
Ms. Marshall Story, he's not here. He's not been here twice. There's no way I can get him to show up. I have.
And we'll go ahead and ask, we will ask that a bench warrant be issued.
Adriana Martin. Adriana Martin. Adriana Shanice Martin.
The state is requesting a bench warrant.
Granted. Joshua Emmanuel Maxwell. Joshua Emmanuel Maxwell.
The state is requesting a bench warrant.
All right, position 16, Alex Scott, Alex Scott. PD Haddad is filing a waiver of arraignment. The case is further noticed for a jury trial and a case management order will issue. Position
Thank you, Your Honor. And just so the court is aware, this is a co-defendant with position number 11.
Okay, yeah, I see that quite a few of these cases are all part of another big group of cases. So same announcement for position 17, waiver of arraignment will be filed by PD Haddad and is a case management order will issue.
Well, Your Honor, regarding position 17, that citation was issued also as a criminal damage to property in the second degree. And I did send a DA transfer to Ms. Stallworth either yesterday or the day before. Was she able to receive that? If not, I can resend it.
Yeah, please resend it to Ms. Brandy Bolton.
Okay.
And this case will be transferred to the Superior Court. So we will not issue a CMO for this one. And Mr. Haddad, are you still on the Zoom? No? Okay. Let's shoot him an email that position 17, Martavia Sims will be transferred to Superior Court. Okay. Diamond Slowly, position 18. Diamond Slowly. I was really hoping she'd appear. All right.
The state is requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
All right. Amir Thomas. Amir Thomas. Amir Thomas.
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant. This is battery on a police officer.
And position 20, Kabula Williams, who has appeared and has been advised the case is null pros.
Oh, I wanted to say that myself. She was so excited to be on the call.
All right, we are moving on to Orca C, show cause calendar. Orca C, as in cat. Mr. DeAndre Cosby is present.
Yes, hi.
Hi. Mr. Cosby, you have been accused of driving under the influence of alcohol and an improper left turn. You have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. And anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. Have you got one?
No, I do not. I am comfortable representing myself in this particular matter. I would like to request a jury trial. I am not completely familiar with the waiver of arraignment that many other people were saying, but I would like to request a jury trial.
All right. I will arraign your case, which means simply that you will be entering a plea of not guilty, and your case will be scheduled for trial. What is your email address, by the way?
Andre, A-N-D-R-E, Cosby, C-O-S-B-Y, like the Cosby Show. Andre Cosby 1 at gmail.com.
Andre Cosby 1 at gmail.com. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Cosby, let me go ahead and pull up your case. And this is position 1 on the Orca C calendar. And Mr. Cosby, if you could please.
Sorry, I'm right here.
Your case was reset from November 19th for you to hire a private attorney. I guess you've decided you're going to represent yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You have a right to be represented by appointed counsel if you like to apply for the services of the Public Defender's Office. I don't know if you've done so. And if you financially qualify, they would represent you. Have you attempted that, sir?
No, ma'am, I don't think I would qualify, and but I do appreciate your consideration.
All right. And in my litany of advising you of what's going to happen with the case upon your entry of a not guilty plea, I would also read the accusations, which are the formal charges brought against you. Would you like me to read those charges, or do you waive a reading of those charges?
Yes, please read them for me.
Okay. All right. So Mr. DeAndre, Lord Lenoris Cosby, case number 19 CR 004-368A, has been formally accused of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe and an improper left turn, allegedly occurring on February 1st, 2018 in Fulton County, Georgia. The Solicitor General's Office of Fulton County does accuse the defendant with the offense of improper left turn, in that the accused did make a left turn and failed to approach such turn in the extreme left-hand lane lawfully available to the traffic moving in that direction of travel, in violation of Georgia law section 40-6-120. With regards to the second accusation, the Solicitor General's Office of Fulton County does accuse Mr. Cosby, and that on or about February 1st, 2018, did drive a moving vehicle while under the influence of alcohol to the extent that it was less safe for such person to drive, in violation of Georgia law 40-6-391A1, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia. These are the two misdemeanor offenses brought against you, Mr. Cosby. And with respect to these charges, you are legally presumed to be innocent. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be further noticed for trial before the division judge. A case management order will be issued in accordance to dictate how the case will proceed from this moment forward, in terms of you filing demands for discovery or any other motions or any defenses that you tend to assert. So please make sure that you comply with that scheduling order that will be issued shortly. The case will be scheduled for trial, a jury trial before the division judge. During the course of that trial, the state has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to $1,000 fine and or up to a year in prison for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right. This case has been arraigned. A case management order will issue. Mr. Cosby has decided to waive his right to counsel and will proceed in a self-represented capacity. We have his email, and the case is further noticed for trial. Thank you, Mr. Cosby. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Position number 2 on the Orca C show cause calendar, Joseph Grady. Joseph Grady has not appeared. Ms. Marshall Story.
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant.
All right. This case was reset for a final decision. So he didn't show up, a bench warrant was issued. Edward Bowe, B-A-U-G-H. Edward Bowe.
The state is requesting a bench warrant.
Thank you. Janisha Ammons. Janisha Ammons. Janisha Ammons. All right, Ms. Ammons, please come around. Ms. Ammons is in the courtroom. Ms. Ammons, if you please come up to the mic. This is case number 20 CR 00830008368, in which Ms. Janisha May Ammons has been accused of battery from an October 16, 2019 incident, allegedly in Fulton County, Georgia. This case we've got some bind over materials. in which the case was submitted to the state court at her initial appearance on January 23rd, 2020, in which a $2,000 good bond was set by Magistrate Judge Frazier. All right, Ms. Ammons, were you represented by the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, well, no, I filled out a paper.
Repeat?
No, I filled out a paper, but
What kind of paper did you fill out?
for a public defender.
All right. So Ms. Ammons, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. And at initial appearance, it appears that you were represented by Ms. Was it Whitfield from the Public Defender's Office? So Ms. Gant or Mr. Haddad? We have a Miss Ammons in the courtroom. Do you see her on the screen? SCOG 33 Gallery. All right. So it appears that she's represented by the Public Defender's Office. Would you like an opportunity to speak to the prosecutor for this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Would that be Ms. Marshall Story or Mr. Henderson? This is position 4 on the Orca C show cause calendar.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Henderson, would you like to handle that or would you like me to?
I'll be glad to, since you're marking the calendar.
Okay,
All right.
thank you so much.
Ms. Ammons, do you have a phone device where you can get on the Zoom calendar?
Yes,
You do?
yeah, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's dead.
Okay. All right. If you have a seat, we'll see how we can get you to talk to. Oh, it's going to be Ms. Gant. Okay, have a seat. Your attorney is going to be the Public Defender's Office, and she's going to have a talk with the prosecutor. Okay? Okay. Have a seat. So position 4 is being pre-tried. Mr. Henderson and Ms. Gant, if we can place them in a breakout room, please. Ms. James Ryan. This is regarding position 4. Okay. Leon Joseph, position 5. Leon Joseph, position 5. All right, Miss.
The state is
Marshall
requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor. This is a 2018 DUI.
All right. Devin Anderson. Devin Anderson.
Yes, I'm right here.
Ms. Anderson is present. And Ms. Anderson, your case is 20 CR 0016118, in which you were accused of simple battery domestic violence from June 19, 2018. You have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the Public Defender's Office could represent you unless you've already got your own attorney. Are you being represented by counsel?
No, I'm not. I actually just got the notice to do this yesterday afternoon. So I've had no time to prepare for anything.
Your address is Meadow Park Lane, is that correct?
No, it's 6 Daniel Drive. Last time I was on a Zoom court hearing, I was talking with a Jason Wiegand. I emailed him 3 times my new address, and I also gave it to him over the Zoom.
Who is Jason Wiegand?
I believe he was part of, let me see here, the Fulton County Courts. I was in Judge J. Roth's, I believe, courtroom. And I was with Jason Wiegand was representing, I believe, the state. And then there was a Jeremy Watkins that was present too.
All right. Where are you located presently?
I'm at 6 Daniel Drive, Fletcher, North Carolina. I've been in Fletcher, North Carolina for the past 4 years. Last time I was here, last time I was in court, they had said something to the effect of I wouldn't have to appear anymore, that they were going to put me down for some type of diversion program because this was my first offense. And they actually, the Jason Wiegand guy admitted on there that he never looked up my history or anything to see what was going on with the case.
All right.
This is my 4th time that I've been doing this.
Well, there has been no updates. We have a North Carolina, we have a Meadow Park Lane. There's been no updates. Filing a change of address is not a question of reporting to the prosecutor. The prosecutor's got absolutely no responsibility to update a defendant's address. That's completely up to the defendant. So the failure to update your address is really on you, not on the prosecutor. So if you want to, you can submit your new address in the chat feature right now.
Okay.
With your email and your phone number, and you can direct that to Patrona Bryant James on the chat feature.
Okay.
All right. And I don't know who your attorney was, or have you ever applied to the public defender's office? But
Oh, I did. I don't qualify.
Okay. Well, then have you attempted to reach out to a private attorney?
No, I was told I didn't have to because the last time I was in J. Roth's courtroom, he said that they were going to put me on a list for, the program started with an O. I can't really remember. This was back in 2020. But he said some type of diversion program. Since this was my first and only offense, I have a clear record. I'm also a public servant of the state of North Carolina. So
okay, then you know that this would be not J. Roth, but Judge Roth.
Judge Roth. Yeah, that's
right?
what I.
And number 2, if you were considered for pretrial diversion or another program, I'll be glad to put you in a breakout room with our prosecutor to see whether what exactly are the terms to which the state had offered. So far, everything that you said has been just not been recorded. There's no documentation to that effect. And I don't know what's going on. So right now, I'm going to put you in a breakout room as soon as we have a prosecutor available so that we can pin down these details. If you are not qualified for a program, then you have an option of either considering a plea offer from the prosecution or entering a not guilty plea, and the case will be scheduled for trial.
Okay.
All right. So as soon as the prosecutor is available, I'll put you in a breakout room. Ms. Gunnier, have you had your talk with Mr. Henderson?
Yes, Your Honor. We've submitted the paperwork, the executed paperwork to both Mr. Henderson, and I believe I am correct in sending it to Ms. Bolton.
Yes, that would be right.
Okay.
And is Mr. Sanders addressing a plea?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. So as soon as, and Mr. Dwight Johnson, have you had your conversation with Mr. Henderson?
No, I have not.
All right.
Not just yet.
I don't know where Mr. Henderson is. All right, so with regards to Ms. Devin Anderson, we need a change of address. Ms. Bryant James, did you get it from, you got it? Okay. And we're gonna wait for her to speak to, she's gonna pre-try with any of our prosecutors. Mr. McCutcheon, Ms. McCutcheon, Ms. Marshall Story. What happened? I lost all my prosecutors? Do I need to go into a different Zoom link?
I'm trying to get in.
All right, and the last one I have is Alexis Makia Griffin. Alexis Griffin. Alexis Griffin's also no show.
Yes, ma'am.
I know. All right, Ms. Gant is talking to Mr. Henderson. Yes, sir. Would you like to come forward? All right. Ms. Alexis Griffin is present. All right. Ms. Griffin, are you represented by counsel? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your attorney? Who is your attorney?
I don't know. This is my first time getting this. They had sent this letter in the mail on Friday. This is my first time anybody reaching out to me or anything. I haven't received a phone call from anybody or anything.
We don't send phone calls. Your case is 20 CR 0024558, in which Alexis Griffin was accused of battery from a July 28, 2018 incident. You were scheduled for September 30th, 2020, and then on October 22nd, 2020, and then on February 4th, 2022, where you did not appear, and now for March 4th, 2022. We have an address at 2021 Cox Court.
That's my old address.
Well, have you updated your address with us?
Yes, I have.
When did you update your address?
I updated my address back in October, the first time when they reached out to let me know when the next court date was going to be scheduled.
All right. If you can put in your new address, your email address, and your phone number in the chat feature, and address that to Miss Patrona James Bryant.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, we have public defense counsel who are present. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to apply for the services of the public defender's office. If you qualify, they can represent you. Otherwise, you would need to be represented yourself or through a private attorney. How would you like to proceed attorney-wise?
I mean, I'm not really even sure if I need an attorney still. The incident took place at the same place where I work. I'm still here. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, no.
You're still working there?
Yes, ma'am. I still work here.
All right. We've put in the chat feature where you can apply for the public defender's office by sending an email. Or if you want to, if you're comfortable enough, you can represent yourself and we'll give you an opportunity to speak to a prosecutor. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please hold and we will have you in a breakout room. Ms. Marshall Story, I have Ms. Devin Anderson.
Yes,
She
ma'am.
indicated that it was represented to her that she was eligible for some kind of alternative pretrial program. Can I place her in a breakout room with you?
Yes.
All right.
And I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you tell me that name one more time to send the email to in the chat?
We're going to send you you look at the chat feature and
Yes,
someone's going to
ma'am.
reach out to you right now. Please mute your screen.
Okay.
With the host, please place Devin Anderson and Miss Marshall Story in a breakout room.
And Your Honor, there are just two of us now on the calendar. If Mr. Henderson has not yet returned, are you calling any more cases?
No, I've got my third one, 11 o'clock, but I'd like you to go into the breakout room. No worries.
Yes, will do. Okay, thank you.
All right. Is Mr. Henderson in the breakout room? Right, James? Okay. And so what's your name, please?
Justin. You scheduled from last month. You gave me 30 days.
All right. Justin Jones? I don't have. Oh, here it is, sorry. Okay. And who's representing you, Mr. Jones?
I guess I am, Your Honor.
Have you ever applied for the public defender's office? You do have a right to.
I was here exactly 30 days ago and I just started a new job. So when I applied, I put all my new finance stuff in, they were like, you don't qualify.
Okay, so you don't
it's like,
qualify.
give me 30 days to see if I can get a lawyer or if they drop the case or if some of the terms change or if I take a plea, whatever.
Okay. So Justin Jones, so you know the terms of the plea offer?
Unless they've changed, I think I remember some of them. It was like 12 months probation. You said you would waive like the first 6 months if I was going to the classes or something, but I'm not interested in I'm not interested in a plea, Your Honor.
What would you like to do?
Not guilty trial.
Okay. Did you want to hear the plea offer?
Unless it's changed to 12 months, like good behavior and lesser charge, nothing violent. No, not at all.
All right. So we have two prosecutors. They're both. Ms. McCutcheon, are you present? Okay. And you didn't hire a private attorney?
I have a friend who's a private attorney and my boss is right across the street. If I need one, I
Right across the street, where?
I mean, I work at Broad Street, a restaurant right across from here. Just try not to pay for a lawyer if I didn't have to, honestly.
But if you go to trial, you will need a lawyer, won't you?
In about a year or two, probably, yeah.
Oh, okay. So I mean, if you're willing to wait, I mean, it's entirely up to you. Right now, do you want to talk to the prosecutor or do you want to?
Do they have a better offer or an offer?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not really interested. All the facts about the police report are wrong. They got the two people wrong. I was the reporting party. I got attacked as I was getting out of the shower and I still got charged and picked up. Like, I'm not guilty.
Okay. Do we have a copy of a case management order? Is that an Odyssey yet?
Okay. Bench trial is before the judge.
We haven't downloaded it yet?
Yes. Okay. Jury trial. Just make sure that you just write Justin Jones.
Yeah, right in there.
Short email address, Mr. Jones.
No.
Draw a line through it, just right underneath it.
All right. Ms. Marcia Story, anything to announce for Devin Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. I've had a chance to speak to Miss Anderson. I have some brief details regarding her case, but she has some information that she would like to forward to me since she is not represented by counsel. And she also has a letter that the victim sent that has not yet come to our office. And so as soon as I receive that information, I believe we can come to an amenable disposition if we could have one additional adjourn date.
May we have a reset date, please? Repeat. This case is reset for April 22nd for a possible plea or resolution.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
And I have all of her information, so I will make sure that I contact Ms. Anderson with the results of our investigation prior to the court date.
All right. So Ms. Devin Anderson, we have received your new address, email, and phone number. And your next court date is going to be April 22nd via Zoom. And if the case is resolved or then then we'll just get a status update at that time.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
all right, you're free to go. All
Thank
right,
you.
and Miss Marshall Story, I have a Miss Alexis Griffin.
Okay.
Alexis Griffin, who's also here from position 7.
And is Ms. Griffin choosing not to be represented by counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Now, Miss Marshall Story, before I put you in a breakout with Miss Alexis Griffin, I have Mr. Jones from this morning's Orca C plea calendar.
Orca
Justin.
C plea
Orca C,
calendar.
9 a.m. All right. I know you can't see him on the Zoom.
Okay.
Our screen in the courtroom has timed out. And Mr. Justin Jones.
Yes, position number 16.
Yes. What is the terms of a plea offer in this case?
Your Honor, I actually had a question mark because I was hoping I'd be able to speak with counsel. Is he not represented?
He's not represented by counsel. He doesn't qualify for the public defender's office.
He does not qualify.
He just wants to know what are the terms of the plea. Really, that's all he wants to know.
Your Honor, there's a reason why I did what I did. So I don't want to give an offer
Okay, no problem.
is
What's your phone
incorrect.
number, Mr. Jones?
678-618-8350.
His phone number is 678
Mhm.
618 8350.
Okay.
I'm going to ask him to step outside the courtroom, and if you'd like to call him, y'all can discuss what needs to be. He is pretty adamant that he otherwise wants a jury trial. So unless that it goes that way, I would like you to have an opportunity to confer with him.
Okay. I will speak with Ms. Griffin,
Jones.
and then I will give
No,
him.
speak with Mr. Jones first, and then I'll put you in a breakout with Ms. Griffin.
Oh, sure. Okay, I'll call Mr. Jones now then.
Please step outside. She's going to call you. Make sure you've got your phone on. Thank you. All right. He's stepping outside to speak to you.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think you can see him on the screen stepping outside. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Okay,
all right.
thank you.
All right. Miss Alexis Griffin. Alexis Griffin.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please start your video. Look at your chat feature.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. Good
All right.
afternoon.
Miss Bryant James has sent you something. You need to respond with your full mailing address, your email, and your phone number. And Miss Wanda Gant is still in conference with Mr. Henderson. All right. And I don't have Miss Ginyard. As soon as we have a prosecutor, we can proceed with your plea. Do we have the plea paperwork for Mr. Sanders? Ms. Bolton? All participants. Ms. Griffin, please mute your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Erica Marshall Story. How are you doing?
Fine, Miss Marshall Story? Yeah, okay, good, okay. Yes, Mr. Johnson, you're next in line. I'm just waiting for a prosecutor to be available to speak to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm. Who's on this iPhone? We have a participant who is on a Zoom panel under the name iPhone. If you could start your video and unmute yourself so we can identify you. Is that Ms. McCutcheon by any chance? Oh, there she is. Ms. McCutcheon, thank you very much.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
All right, no problem. We have a plea from the plea calendar. This is for Mr. Zanders.
And do you have the plea paperwork, Ms. Gilliard? And hello, Ms. Gilliard.
We've got everything done. It's already been signed and everything. I've got all the paperwork as well. And this is position 11 on the Orca C plea calendar, 20 CR 0013918. Santiago Quintes Sanders.
Judge, would you repeat that case number again? I'm pulling it up in Odyssey. I'm sorry.
20 CR 0013918.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. And he is charged with driving under the influence of alcohol less safe. Is he pleading to the DUI, Ms. Gilliard, or to a reduced charge?
To a reduced charge of reckless driving.
Ready? The state's ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. We are addressing Mr. Santiago Sanders, case number 20 CR 0013918, in which Mr. Sanders was initially accused of DUI under the influence of alcohol less safe with an offense date of April 2nd, 2018 in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Sanders is present and represented by counsel, Ms. Marsha Ginyard. Mr. Sanders, you have been advised of your right to remain silent, and your counsel is Ms. Marsha Ginyard. If you please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Ms. McCutcheon, I know you stepped in at this point, but would you like Ms. Ginyard to recite the terms of the plea, or would you like to do so?
Ms. Gilliard, if I can just inquire, were these first DUI plea conditions?
Yes.
So that would have been a fine, and I'm not quite certain what was the fine that was negotiated in addition to the 40 hours of community service, the risk reduction driving program, alcohol, drug evaluation and treatment, 40 hours of community service as required, one victim impact panel as required. What was the fine though?
500.
a $500 fine. And it would be my understanding this would be based on a guilty plea?
Yes, under offer, but yes.
Okay, because your client's not eligible for NOLO. I'm looking at his driving history now. Yes, Your Honor, the state's ready to proceed with that.
Okay. So we've already listed out the terms of the sentence, and Ms. Guignard, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID for the charge of reckless driving?
We do to the extent that we believe that he would be, he could be found guilty under those, under the facts, but there are some disputes. So we're entering our plea under Alford versus North Carolina.
So, Ms. Gilliard, then you are not opposing the state's allegation that this incident occurred on the incident date as alleged, April the 1st of 2018 in Fulton County at a location in Fulton County where the defendant was stopped on a traffic stop at Fairbanks Street and Dill Avenue in Fulton County by a City of Atlanta police officer?
We are not opposing that. That is correct. However, my client was already stopped, but yes.
Okay. Well, an Atlanta police officer encountered your client on that date in Fulton County at that location.
Correct.
Being the driver of a vehicle. And so he's not admitting or denying guilt, but he realizes the state's evidence, there's a likelihood he could be proven guilty at trial.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
All right. Mr. Sanders, first of all, have you consumed any medication, drugs, or alcoholic beverages recently?
No.
And has your attorney gone through the explanation with regards to the waiver of rights, the impact it may have upon your personal status with regards to this plea? And are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
Yes.
If you decide to enter this plea of guilty under Alford, you would have to waive your constitutional rights to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, and present your defenses, as well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No.
And are you entering this plea knowingly, voluntarily, and willingly?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of reckless driving?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months probation. And during your 12 months probation, you will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service. You will complete one risk reduction class. You will pay a $500 fine plus court costs and fees. You will attend one victim impact panel, complete a alcohol and drug evaluation by a qualified provider, and submit yourself to any treatment if necessary. And if you complete all these terms, I will place you on non-reporting probation for the remainder of the term. Any questions, Ms. Guignard?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, just respectfully from the state, not to belabor the point, but I know colleague, Ms. Guignard did not admit to the facts, but I know the court, even for an Alford plea, has to find a factual basis. And so, Judge, just very briefly, on the incident date as alleged, the defendant was found stopped, as counsel admitted, slumped over the wheel at that intersection in his vehicle. Based on the officer's encounter with him and his attempts to perform field sobriety evaluations with the defendant, the officer did opine that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol and less safe to drive. So that would be the factual basis the state would expect to support this plea of reckless driving.
So noted on the record. And this is a guilty plea under Alford. So, Mr. Sanders, I just want to make sure that you understand that once you've completed these terms, that you would still be on non-reporting probation. So although you don't have to report after completion of all the elements of your sentence, you will still be technically on probation, just so you don't have to report. Understood?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And you must report to your probation officer at 132 Mitchell Street by Tuesday, this coming Tuesday.
Okay.
Do you understand that? Yes. Okay.
Okay, do you have any questions, Mr. Zanders or Ms. Guinea?
Just one, Your Honor, and it's very, very minor. It doesn't change anything, but I just want to correct one fact is that my client was actually in a parking space, but he was in fact asleep behind the wheel. So it wasn't at an intersection. That's all.
All right, I do believe you had stipulated to at least venue and ID. So
I did. We did.
basis, you all can duke that out till time.
We don't. We're good. No trial, promise.
Okay. All right, folks, that concludes this case.
Thank you,
Ms.
Judge.
McCutcheon, I have
And
one
Your Honor, if I
other.
might just say, Your Honor, it's good to see Ms. Ginyard. We were former colleagues in the DA's office, and it's probably been over 20 years ago, but it's always good to see former colleagues.
And you look the
Always.
same as you did 20 years ago. So
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
both of you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guinea. You have a
Thank
great
you.
day. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, before Ms., and there was one other matter that Ms. McCutcheon, which one was it? Oh, Mr. Dwight Johnson is present for Radiant Young. That case number is 20 CR 002-409A. It's a DUI case. And this case was on the arraignment calendar. Ms. McCutcheon, may I place you in a breakout room with Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Judge. Mhm.
Judge,
All right.
Judge, I was gonna say, I was been talking to Mr. Henderson about this matter.
Well, Mr. Henderson, do you
If I
want to
could wait for
continue?
Mr. Henderson. If I could
You'd rather
for
wait for Mr. Henderson?
Yeah, I'll wait for Mr. Henderson.
Well,
We have been
Judge,
talking.
I can probably save us going in a breakout room. This was I had requested discovery because it was one of those where the trooper just checked all 5 blocks for DUI and have ordered the discovery, which I'm being told by Georgia State Patrol is having to be reconstructed due to the ransomware attack. So
Have a seat, sir. Sorry, Mr. Henderson, I didn't mean, no, sorry, go ahead.
So as of today, I don't have that discovery back to give him. I mean, I would, based on just the skim facts that I have in his driving record, I'd be willing to offer him a reckless, but I can't. I think the investigator maybe that was following up had to go on emergency leave. Is that right, Michelle? Navalsky.
Yes. What was the case number again, Mr. Henderson?
20 CR 002-409A. All right, Mr. Johnson, please hold. I'll place you in a breakout very soon with Mr. Henderson as soon as he's got a chance to. He's got a couple more announcements to make. So
Okay.
please hold. Ms. Marshall's story, what's the story? What's the story? I'm sorry for the pun.
I get it all the time.
I'm so sorry. What is the status with Justin Jones?
Your Honor, those question marks were for a reason. This is actually a dual arrest with a Carlisle Lawson. And that SG number is 691-995-20. Mr. Lawson is retained by counsel. And I just need that opportunity to do a bit more research, speak to his counsel. And I believe, again, this is a matter that we can resolve. It just really needs to be between attorneys.
All right. Mr. Jones, in that case, since there is no offer to which you want to accept, I understand that you want a jury trial, right? I'm going to arraign your case. And with regards to this arraignment, do you want me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation? It's the formal charge brought against you. Do you want me to read it or do you want to waive it?
Go ahead.
Yes or no?
You can read it, Your Honor.
Okay. And all right, have a seat, Mr. Jones. I'll arraign your case in 1 minute. I'm still managing a couple of cases here. Ms. Wanda Gant, what is the announcement for your cases that you've had with Mr. Henderson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Henderson may want to announce regarding position 2. Raymond
All
Greer.
right. Raymond Greer, I believe, was null pros. Is that correct?
I already sent an all prosta.
All right, thank you. And then we have, let me see, what was the other case? Destiny Fleetwood.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I've discussed the state's recommendation with my client, and we would request to be placed on the next plea calendar.
It'll be April 22nd plea calendar. The next case is Rochefort Brownell.
Okay, Your Honor, that will be a waiver and jury trial. I will submit the waiver.
All right, this is going to be a waiver to be submitted by Ms. Gant, and this case is going to be further notice for a jury trial, and a case management order will issue. And Michael Burton.
Yes, Your Honor, that will be a waiver and a request for jury trial.
Okay, same announcement, and a case management order will issue. All right, thank you.
Oh, and Your Honor, regarding Ammons, I believe she was on the show cause calendar.
Oh, I think Mr. Haddad announced.
Janisha
Ammons,
Ammons,
right?
she appeared
Yeah.
in person.
Yes, Miss Ammons, person in the courtroom, yes.
Okay, she will need a conflict attorney. Our office represents the complaining witness, Amani Man, in an open case.
All right. And was there a plea offer made for Miss Ammons at that time in your discussions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Ms. Jones, Miss Ammons, all right. Mr. Henderson, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Mr. Dwight Johnson.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if Ms. Bryant James is going to, Mr. Dwight Johnson, hello?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you're going to go into that breakout room with Mr. Henderson.
All right, thank you.
All right. And Mr. Let me see. Ms. McCutcheon, I think that's it then in terms, I just have one other case that needs to talk to Ms. Marshall Story, and that's Alexis Griffin.
Okay, Judge. So does the court no longer need my assistance?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for chiming in.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor. All right,
appreciate it.
have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Justin Jones, Ms. Marshall Story, I'm just going to arraign his case, accept a not guilty plea, and further notice this for trial before Judge Roth. May I place you in a breakout room with Alexis Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
Ms. Patrona, if you could please, oh, Ms. Bryant James, I'm sorry, I'm going to flip-flop with it. All right. Ms. Alexis Griffin, please start your video. Ms. Alexis Griffin.
I apologize, Your Honor. I placed them in a breakout room. I will try to get them out of there.
Alexis Griffin. Okay, when she shows up, she shows up. Yeah, let me go ahead and arraign his case.
I think you sent me the accusation email.
Okay, do you want me to read it?
Is it the Keith Gamage Solicitor General?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I don't need it. I thought you meant like detail.
That is the formal charge. It's called an accusation. And in this particular case, that's the accusation you've been charged with. And if you waive a reading, I simply have to let you know that you are legally presumed innocent of this charge. And upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial before Judge Roth. As to when it reaches a trial, I do not know. But in the meantime, at the time of trial, the state has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If they succeed, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. So How do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right. The case is arraigned. Further notice for jury trial. And I have just signed off on the case management order. Please be sure that you follow the schedule in there. And that if you demand discovery, you should do so within the next 10 days of the prosecution. And make sure we have your email and your address. And if you change it, you need to go up to J150 and let them know.
Is that the same as calling the clerk and doing it?
You don't
No.
call, you show up in person.
Oh, okay, got it.
And you don't work that far.
I'm on the way there right now.
All right.
I gotta come back to see her Monday. So.
Your Honor, I was brought back into the courtroom from
Yeah.
the breakout room. Okay, just making
Miss
sure. you-
Alexis Griffin. All right, I have someone else on the iPhone. I don't know who that is. Is there anyone else whose case needs to be addressed? All right, thank you, sir. If you have a seat right there in the gallery seat. Miss Ammons, please come forward. All right, Miss Ammons, apparently you were accused of battery with regards to an alleged victim by the name of Amoni Man, Amonimann. Are you familiar with this person?
Yes.
All right. Miss Mann is represented by the Public Defender's Office. So, which means they cannot represent you since you are the opposing party. So you would need to either go upstairs to the clerk's office and ask for an appointed conflict attorney. And I reset your case to April 22nd for conflict counsel to appear on your behalf. Or you have a right to hire your own attorney, or you can represent yourself. How would you like to proceed?
I'll work there and file for the conflict, the appointed conflict attorney.
All right. And do we have a good address on you?
No.
All right. When you go up to the clerk's office, you're going to do two things. You're going to fill out a change of address form, including your email and your phone number.
Okay.
And if you ever change that in the future, you need to do the same thing. Go back up in person and change it.
Okay.
So we don't have to issue a bench warrant against you.
Okay.
The second thing you're going to do is ask for conflict counsel. Since your case, you cannot be represented by the Public Defender's Office.
Okay.
Do you have the paperwork with your case number?
No.
Okay. There's a pen and a paper there. You see a pen? Maybe it's underneath. No pens either? Your case number is 20 C as in cat, R as in Robert, 000836A. And put down this date. It's going to be reset to April 22nd. Most likely in the morning. You can appear via Zoom or you can come in person.
Can I do Zoom?
You can do Zoom.
Okay.
All right. Just make sure that your phone and your Wi-Fi are all in good working condition.
Okay.
But right now, J150, first floor of this building, to do
Okay.
the two things. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on this Zoom conference that needs to be addressed by the court? I have no idea who iPhone is. Oh my Lord. Alexis Griffin. Last call for Alexis Griffin. Do we receive her email and all that?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, we have a phone number, right? Call her right now. She looked like she was working in some kind of hospital or medical facility.
She's on the
Showcase. All right, Mr. Young, we're still waiting on your attorney to come out and we'll see what's going to happen.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Ms. Griffin? Ms. Griffin?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, Judge. I was trying to click back on it, but it wouldn't let me click back on it to hear y'all, but I could see y'all, but I just couldn't hear it.
Okay. You're going to breakout room with prosecutor, Ms. Marshall Story. You're going to see it on your screen. Are you in a busy place?
No, ma'am, I'm actually walking out, about to go and sit in the car.
Your Honor, if I may, since it appears this is the first time on, I really need to just reach out to the victim based on what Ms. Griffin stated. She's still working in the same location. I've reviewed the incident report and we did call the victim, but we're unable to get her and speak with her. And I think this is also a case that we can probably resolve.
All right.
But there's nothing more that I can do in a breakout session right now.
All right.
Okay,
So
she's no longer at the property anyway. After the situation, they let her go.
Okay, well, that's good to know too. I still have to try to find her and reach out to her though.
All right,
Thank you so much.
We are going to reset this case to April 22nd. It will be via Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I will do my due diligence to locate her and see if we can come to a resolution.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Griffin. April 22nd, we'll see you. If the case is resolved, then you'll get good news on that day.
April 22nd, my next court date.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Judge.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so the only case we are waiting on is Mr. Radian Young with Mr. Dwight Johnson. So if it's Ms. Marshall Story, can I impose on you to go over the calendars?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Your Honor, of course.
Thank you. I have one other calendar where no one has appeared for the cases. This was a status conference calendar at 11:30 a.m.
The state is requesting a bench warrant. If I looked at those cases correctly, Your Honor, they have all been on previously.
Well, my issue is why are we still pursuing these cases? So let's see what's going on. Ms. Griffin, you're free to go.
Your Honor, to be quite frank, I did handle positions 4 through 7. And that's a battery family violence case, and we just would never null process that case.
We may be on a different calendar then. Okay, let me see.
Is this the Orca B status calendar at 11:30?
Orca B status calendar, 11:30 for March 4th.
Right.
4 to 7 is Erica Brown.
Yes,
And
that's
then-
a battery family violence case. Now, I was willing to null process number 5, but I wanted to know that he had a valid license. And I just have concerns about people not feeling the need to appear in court, even if it is to receive a null pros.
Position 5 is dismissed. Let's go to Titus Bryant, forgery in the 4th degree. What's going on there?
Your Honor, the offer in that case is 12 months probation and 40 hours of community service.
All right. And this case was reset for the notice since we have an arrest warrant already issued. And looks like he made new bond in 2019. So I will issue a bench warrant for Titus Bryant. Jaleel Mudavana.
Your Honor, again, I was willing to null pros that case had the defendant shown up in court and showed he had a current license.
If he drives and arrested again, we'll have another bite at the apple. He's dismissed. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Position 1, Efren Lopez Cruz Vitala.
Your Honor, that is a DUI, and the state is requesting a bench warrant.
My God, from the days of Judge Forsling, 2012. This is 2010.
Well, Your Honor, if the defendant should not be rewarded for bench
No, I
warranting and
agree.
not coming to court.
I have no idea where he is. Do we have a good address on him? Let me see. He's been in bond forfeiture since 2012. We've not been able to find him in 10 years.
Now, Mr. Henderson may have a different rationale, and he's on the line now, so
Okay,
I'll let you speak with him.
all right. Mr. Henderson, what's the announcement for Radiant Young?
Hopelessly deadlocked, Your Honor.
All right.
We're still waiting. Hopefully I'll have, it's hard for him to make a decision or for me, since we're waiting for the discovery from Department of Public Safety. So, I mean, I have hopes of working this out based on.
Mr. Henderson, I'm going to reset this one final time. If you don't have the discovery, y'all have to make a decision how y'all going to move forward with this case.
Yes, I understand, Judge.
All right, so it's going to be reset to April 22nd for a status update. Only counsel and Mr. Henderson need to appear unless the state decides to null pros the case based on lack of discovery. Mr. Johnson, you would have to appear then.
That'd be
Hopefully
fine.
you'll get-
Judge, I did not get the notice for this calendar for some reason.
For some reason, I don't know what the reason would be, but let me see.
I've received.
Mr. Young got notice, so that
Yeah, I
was.
should get notice as well.
Let me see.
I should get notice on this.
Position 6 on the arraignment calendar for Orca C, and we have Radiant Young. We have. All right, we have a waiver of arraignment filed by Mr. Dwight Johnson's sisters. Okay, I don't know why, sir, but we'll make sure that you get notice next time for April 22nd. And I'm just going to say that defendant need not appear. We just need to get a status update. And he's already filed a waiver of arraignment. So if y'all are not happy with the discovery situation, then if the case either goes to trial or the state makes a decision as to whether they want to drop it or amend it. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Before Mr. Johnson leaves, I'm gonna email him so he can confirm the address that we had on file.
All right, Mr. Johnson, he's already gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you. All right.
That'll be
moving
an
back.
excuse as well, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Young, you have a good day. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you. All right, Mr. Henderson, we are on our 11:30 a.m. status calendar. All right. Do you by any chance have that calendar open?
I'm looking for it right now.
All right, I'm so sorry. A lot of calendars.
11:30. Yes.
Okay. I have dismissed position 5. I have dismissed position 7. Position 6 is a bench warrant. Erica Brown is going to be a bench warrant. All right, now we have Efren Lopez Cruzitla. For a 2010 case, a bench warrant was issued in 2012. Mr. Kruzetla has not been found, we have no idea where he is. And this is over a 10-year-old case. Give me a good reason why I should not dismiss this case.
Your Honor wants to put it on the dead docket, it'd be fine, but I think that warrant should stay active in case he tries to show back up at some point. So then he can try to figure out how to resolve it.
Case is going on the dead docket. Position 2, Joel Head. Case is from 2012. He's not responded to the Zoom. We have no indication of what his new address is. A arrest bond forfeiture and arrest warrant was issued back in July 17, 2014. He was arrested. He made a new bond in 2019. What would you like to do?
He made a new bond 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Yeah. Bench warrant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Miranda Holcomb, position 3. Case from 2015, following too closely hit and run false report of a crime. With regards to Miranda, she made a new bond on June 3rd, 2020 for failure to appear. And then we got a bad address. We have a return to sender on January 18th from the previous calendar. What would you like to do?
As for bench warrant, Your Honor,
All right.
we gave her one chance. And
All right, that takes care of the status calendar then for 11:30. Position 1's dead docket. Position 2, 3, 4 are bench warrants. Position 5 and 6 are going to be dismissals. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, just 1 second. Position 5 was a dismissal. Position 7 was a dismissal. Position 6 should have been a bench warrant.
Yes, position 6 is a bench warrant. Sorry, I misspoke. Okay. Orca C, plea calendar. Positions 1, 2, Rodriguez, Justin Adams were pleas. Position 3, Yannette Portillo is going to be further notice for a jury trial. Position 4, Perez. Position 5, Davis, position pleas. Position 6, Ford is reset for a plea on April 22nd.
Your Honor, if I may, I thought position 5 was further notice to 422 for a plea.
No, he was here. His attorney showed up and he took a plea in court.
Okay, thank you.
Position 6 is reset to April 22nd for a plea. Position 7 and 8 were pleas. Position 9 is further notice for a jury trial. Position 10 and 11 and 12 were pleas. Position 13 and 14 were pleas. The Orca C arraignment calendar. Michael Bonds is medical reset to April 29. Position 2 was null pros. Position 3 did not appear, is going to be reset to April 22nd show cause calendar. Position 4, Dawson is the waiver of arraignment will be filed. Further notice for jury trial, a case management order will issue. Position 5 is reset to April 22nd for a plea. Position 6 is reset to April 22nd for only counsel to appear and a status as to whether it goes to trial or whether the state will dead docket the case. Position 7 is a plea. Position 8 is a waiver of arraignment. Position 8 and 9 are waiver of arraignments, further notice for jury trial, case management orders to issue. Position 10 was null crossed. Orca C show cause calendar. Position 1 is further notice for jury trial, case management order to issue. Position 2 and 3, Joseph Grady and Edward Bowe are bench warrants. Position 4, Ms. Ammons appeared. Case is reset to April 22nd for her to retain conflict counsel. Position 5, Leon Joseph is a bench warrant. Position 6, Devin Anderson is reset to April 22nd for a plea. Position 7, Alexis Griffin is reset to April 22nd for prosecutor to confer with the victim. Orca D, show cause calendar. Positions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are bench warrants. Position 9 will be transferred to the Superior Court. 10 is a bench warrant. 11, Hayes, is a further notice for a jury trial. A waiver of arraignment will be filed and case management order to issue. Position 12, 13, 14, 15 are bench warrants. Position 16, a waiver of arraignment has been filed, will be filed. Further notice for jury trial, a case management order to issue. Position 17, Mr. Haddad initially indicated a waiver of arraignment, but instead this case is going to be transferred to Superior Court as a felony charge. Position 18 is a bench warrant. 19 is a bench warrant. 20 is a null cross. Okay. Orca C plea calendar, position 15. Oh, I forgot about, sorry. From Orca, these are printed back and forth. Okay. Orca C plea calendar from 9 o'clock this morning. Positions 15, 16, 15 and 17 were pleas. Position 16, Justin Jones appeared pro se. He's representing himself, and that has been arraigned and further notice for trial, and a case management order has been issued. Did I miss anything, folks? Ms. Marshall Story?
What was that last calendar, Your Honor?
The one I just announced about Justin Jones?
Yes. What?
That was our first plea calendar.
That was the Orca C
C
plea calendar.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And it was just, I read the whole calendar, except I missed the 3 cases on the back page.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Henderson, we good?
Thanks, so, Judge.
All right, sir. These Orca calendars are a test of endurance, so.
We did
and
okay,
control.
though.
Yeah. All right. Okay, folks, you all have a great weekend. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Your Honor,
we
you
will
too.
see everyone at the next Orca calendar with Judge Morrow next Wednesday. Thank you, folks. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.